Yu-Gi-Oh turns you into a degenerate. Every Yu-Gi-Oh player at one point, I swear to God, has stolen or like seriously considered it with like zero regret. 100%.
You think anyone has gone to like jail for stealing a pack of Yu-Gi-Oh cards?
Uh, I don't know how much. I don't know how much of the juice you want me to use here, dude. I can go for like hours about card game degeneracy.
We'll get to card games later. I think the FPS topic will be probably the most prevalent. But I do want you to talk about like all of the random games that you played. We are live, by the way.
Oh, it's live right now.
Yeah, before you start. Never mind.
Oh, sick.
I've dubbed you as a Quake boomer, by the way. I hope you don't mind.
I'm so actually touched by that one. Because none of the Quake players think I'm a Quake boomer.
Really?
Oh no, dude! I've been devastated by the Quake community every waking second of my life.
It's like when Fatality DM'd you and asked who you were.
That's a real thing that happened.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't believe you when you said that you were live. I was like, no, you're not.
We'll get there.
So, just like recently, Davis. I'm in a Discord with Davis, and like from his mouth, like typed, "Oh, Cody, what game are you from? Did you play Quake?" And I'm like, "Yeah, Davis. I've been playing Quake since 2009." I was like,
man.
I used to watch your games. Like, I used to sit and spec like in your games when you used to just play against Higgs all the time. And he's like, ah. I was like, yeah, I guess that happens.
Man, that's tragic.
That's happened multiple times to me with so many players. It's like, oh, when did you start playing Quake? Are you like new? And it's just like, what game are you from? And it's like, Quake.
I guess that's what happened when you play when you're not a duelist. You know, you just get kind of lost in the clan arena people.
Well, it's not even that, because like even the clan arena people didn't even know me.
Oh no!
Yeah, like it goes
possible?
like even deeper. Well, so because it's probably because I like played so off and on, or like people just like didn't, like ever pay attention. Because I swear I was like, I was shit. Like nobody I think would ever consider me to be like pickable as like as a person when it came to clan arena for the whole entire like probably until 2015 or 16 maybe is like I think that's like I might get 8th picked. I might get fat kidded. Yeah, like that's like I played Streamania at the time. Like I like qualified, play with all these Quake players. And like they know I'm not like the worst, but yeah, I'll still get fat kidded all the time. Even in Diabotical, when Diabotical was out, I was getting fat kidded.
Really?
Very, very consistently. Yeah.
Now people must know, right? The Goonsky prowess.
I don't get fat kidded anymore.
Okay.
We're like middle of the pack. There's like some people who get instant first pick.
Right.
And then I feel like I've worked my way up to the second.
We take that.
Yeah, like I think I'm like second pick. Definitely like top 3. I feel like I'm consistently. I feel good enough about that. Sometimes it feels bad when you get like the second to last, but those happen.
You're probably more dominant in like the AIM arena scene, right? I think your individual like DM is probably stronger than the majority of those kinds of players.
I mean, the clan arena players all do the same thing. They're all just as threatening.
Okay.
Just a bunch of nerds. Like in the AIM arena thing, like the fatality, it came up so sudden that there was a lot of people that didn't get to play. So I think that top 8 would have been like way different if like Instant and Fonzie and Dimix, if they all got to like play, it'd be probably a different game.
So what we're talking about is a pretty recent tourney run by Quake Legend Fatality that Goonsky participated in. It was a 1v1 AIM arena tourney, and he was
I like how you say Quake Legend Fatality.
I think that was in his stream title yesterday. I'm like, okay. Or it was like YouTube title. He's a legend though, isn't he?
Yeah, like no, he was really good. but it's funny that you say that because I think like his most notable win, I think of his career is the 2005 CPL Painkiller when he beat
Really?
Vu. Yeah, it's his most. If you look on his esports earnings, that's like where his most prize
That's
money came
surprising.
from because it was like $100,000 I think for that winning that tournament, which is like crazy at that time.
Yeah, I actually didn't even know that he was a painkiller player. I thought he just
What?
exclusively played Quake.
Oh, really? I thought that was like his most like notable thing, other than oh, what was that one dude's name? I think it was just AIM. I think it was Fatality versus AIM on DM6, that
Hmm.
like 7 frag comeback clip.
Ooh.
I remember watching that clip a bunch, and I was, and then when I started playing Quake in 2009, I like that was like one of the first maps I tried to find in Quake Live was DM6.
Hmm. He was the first person to ever make a living off of like gaming, right? There's like a documentary made
Um,
about him.
well, that's what the frag. Well, okay, so MTV. The only reason I
Yeah.
know, so yeah, so the MTV like My Life thing, I think was where he was like featured on, and then there was a documentary that came out that everybody makes fun of me every
Imagine
time I
giving
bring up,
money to this nerd for
which is
nine
the
months.
frag documentary, and that's where I learned about like so that's how I got like caught on esports. I like knew about it, but I didn't know like everything about it because when I played Counter Strike Source, that was like Cal and stuff like that was like a thing. But
Cal?
that was yeah like Cal I, Cal IM and stuff. Cal, the cyber athlete amateur league, I think is what it's
Okay.
standard for.
Okay.
Do you not know about Cal?
I have
Am
never
I
heard
that
of it.
old?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh,
You're experiencing the
oh
generational
no.
gap. I haven't been into
Yeah.
esports for all that long. Like Quake was definitely before my time. First, like
Uh,
the closest thing I ever played to a boomer game was TF2, and it's not the same, you know.
Cal is in TF2. I'm surprised you didn't know about
Really?
Cal. Yeah,
I'm shocked. Okay, that I'm really surprised about. Are you here, Equal? Do you know about this series? But nonetheless, um,
God, I'm
this
that
was
old
it
that
went off the
people
rails
don't know
really
about.
quick. I brought up Fatality just to talk about your experience in this tournament, and we went down this whole rabbit hole here. But yeah, you did quite well. You did you're one of the few people that qualified off of merit and not being invited. You beat some of the people that got invited as well, and then you took a fat L to Raul, who's quite good.
Well, yeah, I lost to Raul and then I lost to Disco,
Hmm.
and that's my fault. There was
Disco was the one
external.
that played like really lame, right?
Oh, Disco,
It's like the
Disco.
Hungrybox of
No, I
Andrea.
could feel Disco's sweat from his computer transferring through the Ethernet cable into mine. Like I felt the mist like raining on me the whole entire time I was playing. I was just like, and my motivation level at that time was just not ready for that because it was just like Jesus.
Yeah, when we think of aim arena for the people who play Diabotical, it's like you just walk at each other, you hit cool rockets, you hit nice flick rails, you do some tracking. That's about it. How did Disco play?
He plays like me, but better.
Well, you sit on low ground, wait till they catch a rock in the
Yes,
face.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Just
Oh
sit low
no!
ground, catch rock, like make him catch rockets and be really tilted. He plays exactly like me, and I was just not having it. So I just basically just kind of threw, or just like the demotivation, just like over it. It's like just get me out of this tournament.
Hmm. Well, either way, I think you did great, better than most people expected, and I think within our community, you are by far have the best DM, which isn't that surprising because most of us aren't Quake players. But still, it's definitely noteworthy. And with time, we realize that you don't actually have all that much time in FPSs. So can you tell me, like, go through your FPS history? Where do you think your FPS skill comes from?
Uh, okay, so the first PC FPS I played was Source.
CS
And that's
source?
when yeah,
Okay.
CS Source. So that's when or actually that's not true. It was TF2.
Really?
Yeah,
Damn.
I played TF2 when I was in 8th grade, I think. So how old are you? 13? So it was 14 years ago. So
Hmm.
2006. Man, 2006 was a crazy year for me now that I think about it. It's like really funny because I think I like play these things for like a year, and then when I actually like boil it down of like how many things I did on certain years, I was like, oh no, I only played, like World of Warcraft Burning Crusade for like 2 months. I didn't play for, a year and a half like I thought in my head because
Huh.
like time felt so long back then. I guess is
When you
the
were like
best way to put it.
14?
Yeah,
Okay, I see what you mean.
when I'm like 13, 14, like time just like felt like it was like way longer. So me playing Gears of War for like 2 months probably felt like a year right now, which is kind of weird.
Hmm. So we're from
So
TF2 to CS Source?
so yeah, it was the orange box. So the orange box came out,
Right.
and I got it on PC, and my PC couldn't run shit. So like I just like got the game and then just proceeded to just never play it. And then I remember I like begged my dad for a cool computer, and so I
Hmm.
got an Alienware with like the first it's like the Intel I series at that time. It's like the first quad core processor that they came out with, and that PC was sick. I was the happiest.
Oh my god.
I was the happiest kid on the planet, and all everybody did to me was just like shit talk me for buying an Alienware instead of like building my own computer.
Oh, I think probably would still happen these days. This was ages ago too.
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah,
realize
yeah.
they've been around for that
Culture,
long.
that culture hasn't changed. Uh, so yeah, I used to. So I played. So then I played TF2 again. I remember I played it a lot more, and I used to only play this Lego map. It was like big, like 24v24 on this like
Yeah.
toys and Lego maps. I
Yeah.
can't even think of what it is, and I only played sniper.
Okay.
Uh, and then and it was that map and Two Fort. It was the only maps I played, and I only played sniper, and I always just like egoed other snipers across the map, and that's the only thing I used to do.
So it wasn't a competitive thing back then.
No, no, no. I was just gaming because like I wasn't like aware that competitive existed, like competitive games existed.
Oh.
Even though I played World of Warcraft and like Arena was a thing, I think at the time.
Hmm.
I didn't even know what Arena was. Like I knew like what Warsong was, but I never knew like people try to do like things competitive like
Hmm.
consistently for winning. I kind of knew like what competition was, of course,
Right. This was
because
like
like I
probably the
grew up.
very early days of esports though, before it was
Uh, yeah,
sustainable.
this is before it was like a standard.
Hmm.
Um, so yeah, I didn't know what competitive was, so everything was just fun. And then COD 4 came out, and that was like another thing I played that was just fun. I just played that on PC a little bit. And then I had a friend from my WoW guild say, "Hey, we play Counter Strike."
The WoW guild gets you into it. Wow.
Yeah, that's like where most of my interests actually like stem from. Is like someone in
Really?
my WoW guild just like has some other interest, and I
Hmm.
just and I just proceed to play it and try to get better than them at it. So they got me into CSS. It was like a whole long story, and then eventually I bought CSS. And I started playing, but my friend that I played with only played on a server. It was called Dickies, and they only played Surf Japan V4. It was the only map. It was a surf map where you could buy weapons and you can own people.
Oh, so it's like one of those surf battle things.
Yeah, it was like
That's
a
kind of
surf
cool
battle map.
actually. It's like
That was the
budget
only server.
tribes.
Yeah, it's like the only server you played on, and so that was the only server I played on.
Hmm.
And I didn't know how to surf. Made no sense to me. So I had to learn that. So we used to just play. It was a map called like Glass House, I think it was, and it was just all glass like on the side. We just op each other. That was the only thing we would do. Um, and so CSS. So how I got into or how I started learning about competitive games was I got into that, and then eventually me playing with enough people from Dickies consistently
Hmm.
led me to playing with some people who used to play on different servers. And then I got addicted to the server called Aim Texture 2, which was a CSS map. And
It's
it was just
actually
this,
shocking to me that you still remember like the names of the servers, like not just the experiences, but the names. I don't think I could do that.
yeah. So I used to, when I played CSS at that time, when I learned about Aim Text 2, which you would just buy you just buy rifles or ops, and then you would just peek one corner and just fuck each other. Like that's all it was. So like you both would spawn in like at the tips of a U-shaped map, and then you just peek each other, and then you shoot each other in the head, and that was it. And I was addicted to it. I used to get on CSS and map filter only aim text 2 servers, and I'd just find one with people in it, and I'd just keep joining those consistently and just keep playing until everybody left.
Damn.
And that's what I would do in CSS, and it was sick.
It sounds like you've put a lot of time into that game, but like in terms of your actual recorded hours, it's not that many, right? Or is it just not on Steam?
Well, okay, so I don't know when Steam recorded hours.
Okay, so maybe it was before then.
Yeah, so like I had Steam since like 2006, I think it was 2006 or 2007. I don't remember how long I had Steam for. I know my first purchase was BioShock on the Steam store. So I don't know when they started recording hours, because when I had Steam looked obviously way shittier.
Yeah.
Like it was a pile of shit. My experiences with Steam were terrible as well, because like one Christmas I bought Half-Life 2 as a Christmas present, and I was at my grandma's house who didn't have internet. And so I got Half-Life 2, I pulled out my laptop that I used to play Halo on. And then I tried to load Half-Life 2 on it, and it said it required Steam, and that Steam required the internet. And we're just sitting there as like, well, this is the stupidest shit on the planet. It's like, I bought your single player video game. Why can I not play it without the internet?
Hold on one sec. Let me just disable that. All right, go on.
And then that became a big ordeal, and we ended up returning Half-Life 2. How funny is that?
Returning?
Yeah, we returned Half-Life 2 because we got scammed by Steam, is what it felt like.
Oh my god. Wait, so you bought a physical copy that required
a physical
Steam?
Copy of Half-Life 2. This is
Holy
the first
shit.
game. This is the first game to do this, I think, to my experience. This is the first game ever to require an online connection to download the game to play it. This is why when you look up messages about Steam from 2006, it's always just shit posts of like Steam like fucking you. It's because of that shit right there.
Wow.
And who would have thought that down the road, it's the greatest platform on the planet?
Right.
But yeah, Steam used to be shit, and everybody hated it. And it was because of that. It's because of people who had traumatic experiences like I did as a child and bought Half-Life 2 and couldn't play the game.
So
and it only got like, this is the sickest game ever made. And I didn't get to play Half-Life 2 until it came out on the Xbox.
Really? So you actually didn't try again for like years?
Yeah, I like no, the game got returned, never bought it again. And then I remember going to like Hollywood Video, is also Blockbuster. It was called Hollywood Video.
Oh my god.
And I saw Half-Life 2 as like a game to rent. And I picked it up.
Renting games from Blockbuster. Holy shit.
Yeah, dude. It was 14 years ago. It was a crazy time.
Yeah. So yeah, people, when someone asks, what do people use instead of Steam? Just like
for like what?
For games. I guess they're just, physical copies not bound to platforms.
Yeah.
Digital copies weren't really a thing then, right?
So Xfire was like what you would use instead of Steam. That was the chat platform that like went between games. It was Xfire, and Xfire went away. RIP. That's where Soda Poppin' got big. You used to stream all the time on Xfire before
that's
Twitch.
Crazy.
Yeah.
So I at some point your interactions with CS became competitive, right? You played on a team or something?
So let's see. I played on Aimtex 2 enough, and the person who got me in my first scrim, where he's just like, hey, we need somebody to scrim, and I'm like, what's a scrim? It's like, you'll figure it out.
Oh, I love that.
What was his name? It was Candyman.
How do you remember that, man?
He brought me in. There's like 3 other nerds, and I'm just a child.
So you're
And,
like 14 at this point?
yeah, and we
Okay.
loaded up LO3. And CSS at the time was the CPL rule set, and the CPL rule set was you start with 16,000.
Oh, on the first round?
Yes.
Why?
So you start the game with 16,000, and it was still like best of 30.
Huh.
But you started with full money, so it was like giga. You bought every round. And you did.
That's
and
interesting.
Then, and then like save rounds didn't happen. You had
Yeah,
to lose
yeah.
like 3 rounds in a row to like for save round. But yeah, it's just like 0-0 round 1. You're opping mid. And I think my first. Oh man, what was my first scrim on? That's a good question. Probably had to have been like Dust 2.
How did you do? Did you like raw aim carry
Dude,
it?
I could not tell you. Probably terrible. Or no, I think there's a chance that we beat them. I don't remember because they were shit too. And then like when it came to like peripherals and stuff like that, I was already ahead in the mouse pad game because I used to get card game play mats.
Oh, okay.
And I used a card game play mat as my mouse pad because I was like, this will make a mouse pad. So I was like already ahead in the mouse pad game just like naturally. But I used this. Oh man, what mouse did I use? It was like this shitty. I remember. Okay, I remember.
There you go.
My CSS config settings use this shitty Logitech mouse. There's a chance I could find it, but it's rare. There's like no way. I don't remember the name of it. It was probably just called computer mouse. But I remember that the mouse was like $40, and I was just like, that's insane.
For to spend that much?
Because I broke it.
Right. Okay.
I like broke it, and I need to get a new one.
Did it break just naturally, or were you a rager?
I don't remember. I think the mouse feet fell off on it or something along those lines. It just like became shitty.
Gotcha.
I remember though that my sensitivity was 16.
How do you remember that? Wait, in game?
Yeah, because I used to crank
shit.
it. I used to crank it all the way up. My sensitivity was 16.
Jesus Christ!
And I set my crosshair to be like a dot.
That's respectable.
That was the 2 settings that I remember. Because somebody told me, it's like, yo, you can type this in the console to make your crosshair smaller. And I'm like, oh, that's sick.
I'm a hacker now.
So I did that all the time. And yeah, and I used to crank my sensitivity to 16. And it didn't feel, I don't remember it feeling like bad.
Do you think that the mouse was just like 100 DPI or something?
Yeah, there's a chance that the mouse is just shit.
Okay.
Like 125 hertz polling rate, just like sensitivity cranked to nothing. There's a chance Windows sensitivity was just fucked. You never know what it could have been. I'm kind of trying to think what my first like gaming mouse was. Think about it.
You're not in the Aimer 7 clan, right?
No.
Okay. Apparently there's a VF Cody as well.
Yeah, no, I don't know anything about the VF thing. I just saw that stuff happening and I was like, this is stupid.
Oh, that's funny.
But I know about Aimer 7 because of when I played Valorant, somebody told me about like Aimer 7's PDF.
Yeah.
And I just like looked over it.
The
and I was just
legendary
like,
thesis.
This is terrible.
You've got your own like strange theories on aiming though. But you haven't wrote a thesis paper on it.
Yeah, but I think my theory of like games in general is all based around like fundamentals from like 3 different games. You know what I mean? It's just like because I play so much stuff and I come from so many different backgrounds that like my fundamentals get changed up all the time, and I just like blend them all together. And then what it boils down to is just like being the most anxious player on the planet because I just play worst case scenario in every situation.
Huh, that's interesting.
Like, and it just like happens at different paces. Like fighting games, it's more like frame perfect, and FPSs, it's more like prediction, like what's gonna go wrong. And then like card games, it's like what's gonna go wrong and like how do I play around it.
That's interesting. So you're always thinking of the worst case scenario and how to avoid that.
Worst case scenario and very reactionary are like 2 ways that I feel like I act.
Yeah, okay. So someone puts in chat like, are you playing to not lose then?
Because
that represents its own issues.
Okay, so card games definitely there is situations where you have to play to not lose, but that's just the correct thing to do.
So do you play for draw or just like keep yourself alive until something happens?
So this is where I shut my brain off sometimes. This is another thing fighting games taught me. It's just like sometimes they can't block everything. Somebody told me that at a Magic tournament because I used to play combo decks, and that's like what I wanted to play. So at the first modern Grand Prix that was hosted in Lincoln, Nebraska, I showed up to play Storm. I did not play, but there was a quote that somebody said to me was like, they don't always have the counter spell. So it's like, you just got to play like that sometimes. It's like, they're not always going to have it. And I like use that philosophy in a lot of things that I do, where it's like, I mean, they don't always hit these shots.
You know, throw enough darts at the boy, one of them's bound to hit.
Yeah, but I mean, like, that's like how you have to act. It's just like recognizing when you're in that position of just like, if they don't do X, it's like you get super rewarded and you force the pressure onto them to perform.
Right.
So it's like that's like one of the things about like playing Brain Dead is like you could act like you're playing Brain Dead, but you could just make it calculated risks of just like he could miss these. It's like he's done it before. And if he does, it's like when you catch people with a rail. When you dash people with rail in Diabolical and they miss that shot, what, like 90%
that's a
of the
huge
time,
window, yeah.
You just die. But if they hit the rail, it's at 50-50. If they hit the rail, then you're fucked.
Yeah, exactly.
But sometimes, yeah, they don't hit it.
We still haven't talked much about your competitive CS history though, right? Wasn't that a pretty big part of your life at the time?
Not fully, actually.
Okay.
I think like I'm trying to think. I probably played the only like real competitive CS that I think I like dabbled in was I played a very like early season of ESEA, like season 8 or 3 or 2. I don't remember. Some early season of ESEA, because I remember when ESEA was coming out, that's when I more like checked forums to get on a Counter-Strike team. And it's funny, I played on a Counter-Strike team with a guy from Quake. Okay, I'm trying to think of how I lined this up. I played on a Counter-Strike team, and the players all just happened to play Quake.
All of them? Holy crap.
Well, so like some of them. So like some of them I still talk to. I'm trying to think of how this got lined up. Because this is a connection story that's going to be very intense.
Here we go.
So when I first started playing Quake Live, my first alt account, I checked forums to join a team quote unquote. I think they were like planning on playing CTF and it just never happened. And that I'm trying to think if this is lining up right. And it was with Spookrel, who's a Quake player. I don't know if you've ever seen his name.
Nope.
SPUCRL.
Are these like actual known Quake players? Like, do you think someone in chat will know?
Well, I mean, potentially he's played in Challenger Series, and he's he was like an 1800 ELO dueler, and I think a Quake Champion's like around 2K.
That's pretty cool. Like, so your first team was with this guy?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, okay, so before that, so the first people I played with was one of them I still talk to, which his name is Sanctify. I think it's like Zeddy right now. I don't remember if he changed it. But I stayed with him for QuakeCon 2017. I stayed at his house because he lived right next to the venue, and I was like, dope. So I could still talk to him and like ask him for like a favor like that.
After all these years, how long has it been then?
Yeah, that was like 8 years ago, so 2009 to 2017. So I played with him, and then I forgot what this other guy's. I always forget who the third guy's name was. And then another dude named Homicidal Waffle who played a lot of CTF. And if you played CTF like probably back then, like 2010 to 2014 or something like that, you might recognize that name. And I played with him as well. And I remember one of the conversations we had was I got mad at him because I said I never came from a game that had rockets, and that's the only reason that he could beat me.
Oh
he's
man.
like, no, I only played Quake 4 Instagib. And I was like, you're lying.
That's good shit. I still hear that nowadays. Like when people try Diabolical, it's just the Rockets, man. I can't wrap my head around them. It's not me.
And then I was also the person that binded, and I couldn't strafe jump. It took me like a month to learn how to strafe jump because there wasn't like, you know, useful tools like there is now.
Hmm.
I feel like I could learn it faster if I had all the tools now and my brain got deleted.
Deleted. Yeah, things are definitely, it's an unintuitive tech, you know? You just kind of do it by feel until it works.
But I was the person on the Quake Live strafe training map. On the third part, I got so frustrated at trying to like finish that map. Like I was doing everything in my power to try to be better at strafe jumping. Like I was rebinding like scroll wheel to jump, and I was like, oh, if I rebind scroll wheel to jump, it's gonna click easily.
Well, is that something that people did in Quake Live back then?
No, it's terrible. It's not like it's terrible. Don't ever do it. Just teach yourself how to use like mouse 2 or spacebar. Like I prefer mouse 2. I used to be a spacebar jumper for the longest time, and then I turned into a mouse 2 jumper.
Did you have to actually time each jump back then, or could you still hold it?
No, it works kind of like, well, there was no auto hop. So how it worked without auto hop is it would take a jump input if you were okay. So like if you jump, let go, and then hold before you land, you'll get that next jump input frame
so you
perfect.
could like buffer the next jump
if you wanted to do it that way, but it feels terrible.
Oh, so you would just time it anyway?
Yeah, you would just time it.
Gotcha,
anyway.
gotcha.
But like some of those jumps were really hard, especially on spacebar when you had to do like 2 jumps in a row really quickly. That was if you were a Quake 2 player, you would have been really good at it. But if you're only started in Quake Live, it was something you had to adjust to, because that's the Quake 2 movement was, you know how in race physics when there's like a bump right next to each other, and you would like go flying off the second jump if you jump twice in a row real quick.
Right.
That's a Quake 2 thing.
But that was like the CS Source was like the first time you ever experienced something competitive, and that kind of translated to Quake Live, right?
Yeah. So the first time I can remember playing CS competitive of like people that I played with, well, that's how the story started, was with Quake players.
Right.
So I think I was friends with somebody on the second like team I joined under a separate alias, by the way. His name was Grimlock, who played Quake. And then he was starting to play CSS, and they need a 5th, so I played with him. And the people that I remember is Grimlock, Death Row, and Koei were the 3. And yeah, so you know Death Row.
I do know Death Row.
That's how I know Death Row, is I played CSS with him, and I bring that up to him.
Holy
and he
shit.
never remembers me.
No, that's so sad.
So that's why my brain just remembers useless information. That's what happens. And I still, to this day, I've talked to Grimlock every now and then, and I do not talk to Death Row. Death Row does not like me.
That's so sad.
He's imperative, I guess.
Well, so you both got into Quake the same way, or did he play both at the time?
Yeah, he also played Quake. Like we were both about like the same newness level.
Wow.
So like we just like played Quake and CSS, like Clan Arena and CSS. That's and for me that feels like it lasted a while, but I think that probably only lasted 2 to 3 weeks. So
what is with your sense of time back then? That's crazy.
It probably felt like 2 to 3. It probably felt like forever, but it was only like 2 to 3 weeks, because it's like it happened long enough for me to like commit it to memory. But it was probably like, obviously it wasn't that impactful because it to other people, like they barely even remember that.
It. Oh.
Yeah.
Hold
up. So that's like the earliest I can remember playing CSS, but I definitely have like played scrims in like with old ass LO3, and I remember like being ESEA being like, wow, this is insane. It's like it's got menus and everything.
I can't believe that though. Like this player that I know of from Diabolical, you both played on some ancient CSS team together.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, like like that kind of stuff, like it surprisingly blends because like Shoot Mania was one of those things. Like Shoot
Talk to me
Mania,
about
it's
Shoot
like,
Mania again, because I think it's a really interesting period of time in FPS history, and I think most people don't know it existed.
all right, so let's see. This is the graveyard days of FPSs. This is, I think, right. So 2011 or 12. I think it was like end of 2011, beginning of 2012.
Hmm.
The saddest day of esports history happened, which was when DreamHack announced that they weren't doing Quake tournaments and they're doing League of Legends tournaments.
Oof, oof. That's when everything changed. That's the split in the timeline. We have to go back.
That was one of the most depressing days of my life.
Oh man.
Because I used to like, it was so sick to just be able to go on. At that time, I guess it would have been Twitch and like watch Quake tournaments. I remember watching a lot of the Quake. I remember watching like a lot of the Quake DreamHacks, IEMs, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And
Fuck man.
always supporting North American players, and like always wanting to watch like Cooler, Cypher, like all them play. It was sick. And like that content like existed more. There's like 4 or 5 major tournaments that happen every year for Quake. And then after that happened, there's one. It was just QuakeCon.
Maybe if DreamHack still supported it, League of Legends would be some garbage game no one cared about, and Diabolical would be the big shit.
That conversation has definitely been had amongst that was during the Shoot Mania community.
Really?
I remember it
Right.
was poor Billy from Half-Life 2 Deathmatch and Shoot Mania that brought that up. It's like, dude, if Quake didn't if Quake didn't die like it did, and it was like 2000 whatever, and Twitch existed, like Rafa would be the biggest thing ever.
It actually
that kinda-
blows
like
my
that kinda
mind that he gets like 200, 300 viewers, but he's like the greatest Quake player of all time. You know, how does that happen, man? And then like some random CS player gets like 4 times his viewership.
I need to go check this, but it's funny to say that Rafa. Okay, so I personally, obviously, as the Rafa fanboy that I am, I think he's like the greatest Quake player of all time. But there is a very discrepancy of that of Cypher
Really?
being way better than him, because every single time Cypher has, I think, been at QuakeCon, he's not lost.
Oh, really? So he actually
Yes.
beat Rafa at QuakeCon several times.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know
Because
that.
So Rafa and Cypher used to trade off QuakeCon titles for the longest time. Rafa
Man.
didn't win 2 QuakeCon titles until 2015, 2016, when Evil showed up, and I don't think Cypher was allowed to leave his country.
Ah,
But the one tournament, I remember watching a tournament and watching Cypher play, and I was like, there's no way anybody's going to beat this person. And then Rafa versus Cypher happened. This was like 2012, 2013, I think. This was this was a random DreamHack event, I think, that happened. And Cypher, and that was a really good set, actually. It was Rafa Cypher, and Rafa lost 2-3. I think is what the map count was.
I wish I followed like the Quake esports back then. I feel like there would have been so much hype.
And I think I remember like messaging Rafa on Steam. I was like, it's insane that you got 2 games off of how good Cypher was playing. And like thinking back at it now, it's like, that's really BM to say.
Yeah, it actually is.
But I was just like, he was playing out of his mind, and Rafa was still able to take games off of him. And I was like, this is insane. From a spectator position, I was like, that's insane. I was
Did
like,
he respond to you?
I don't think so.
Oh yeah. That's hilarious that you said that.
Like, I don't think Rafa has responded to anything I've ever messaged him.
No. Are you still friends on Steam?
Yeah,
All right, we take those.
I don't talk to him ever. I just like watch him. I just like watch him load up Left 4 Dead. Dude, playing Left 4 Dead with Rafa was one of the most sweating experiences of a single player game I've ever experienced, though.
Sweaty?
Yeah, he's got championship mentality for sure.
Okay. That's hilarious.
I feel like if you ever meet like him, it's you understand. Like even if you watch his stream, it's like you understand that he is like what you want out of somebody who's so fucking good.
He will always like play to win, regardless of what it is.
Yeah, 100%. He's a born winner.
Right. You gotta respect him, man. Like even his scrims, it sounds like someone's life is on the line with how like seriously they're playing.
I like his mentality as
I do
well.
too.
That I feel like, well, the one thing that I really like of him is that he will tell you, like, I feel like he'll teach you about everything he knows just to make you better, just so he has like really good competition.
Really?
I feel like that's his mentality with kind of things. That's what I kind of like reflect off of it, is like he wants to make other people get good so that he has to like overperform. And he always does. Because if you go into his stream, like he used to do like Q&As for like for Quake and stuff like that. And he would always give you like every thorough response of like, hey, how should like I approach a situation, or like go over his VODs and stuff like that. And he has great intuition and like very good at expressing himself of like how he thinks about things.
Right.
And that's like a really good teaching tool. And I feel like I feel like he just wants to like make people good at the game, just so like he has better competition.
Man, I wish I watched the most recent like QuakeCon with Rafa taking the W there, because like there's so many storylines leading into it.
He had to win that one. There was like if he didn't win that one, that would have been one of the saddest like experiences for me, especially. It's like he had to win that QuakeCon. There was like no way he was losing, and I feel like everybody knew that going in, that there was no way he was losing. Just
really?
Yeah, because it was like a shit life event that happened for him.
Yeah.
And then that happening, and then him having to play like this QuakeCon game, and everybody was watching it the same way of just like, there's no way he's fucking losing. Didn't drop a game, of course.
That's a very impressive mental game you have to have going into that. Having like two horrible life events occur simultaneously right before the biggest tournament.
And there's things that I know that I don't think I should like always publicly mention, because I think it's like probably not the most responsible thing in the world to do. But like his history with Quake is like, so him as like a person and a player is like really awesome, and it's really cool that it's a part of the game that I found was like the limitless skill hole that I decided to go through.
What do you mean by that?
So I feel like Quake is like a game of infinite potential of what you could learn or what you could improve on.
Right.
And even if you feel like you perfected one way of playing the game, it like only benefits you to learn how to play the game like in completely different like styles. And all that does is like make you a better player. Because that's like the one thing that people say that Rafa is good at, is he's really good at switching up how he plays against certain opponents. And that's just like a good example. I feel like Quake players always just like want to keep playing the game to get better. Like eventually they get addicted to like wanting to progress at certain things, and also just being dominant at a game has to feel good.
Yeah, for sure. Especially over so many years. Like a lot of people would expect that with age you'd probably start to lose that advantage, but he's still holding strong.
Because Quake's a boomer game. It's like
True.
It's the same thing that goes with like, you know, like Melee is like another example of that. It's just like you're fed so many situations and muscle memory over such a consistent amount of time that you always respond the same way.
Do you think like the age factor is not really a big deal then? Like, because Melee, for example, has a really high execution and like reaction time element of it, you know?
So the way that I look at it is now is the first time in esports where there's been people who has been like molded and grew up inside of it. And they are all able to still perform at high levels if they just keep on it like an athlete.
You mean like the older competitors?
Yeah, so
Okay.
like if you look at like, you know, so good examples like the team T1. You know, that was a 8-year-old Counter-Strike team that's still playing now, and they're still performing now at a level that's like competitive enough to be on a world stage.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing goes for like, you know, StarCraft players is like another one of those things. Huck play, or was it Huck or no, White Raw? White Raw was the one who was able to play that game till like 30 plus, and that's pretty crazy. But I'm curious on like when the fallout is, because I feel like demotivation hits before like physical ability.
Really?
Yeah.
But you do think at some point we're gonna see like the young kids overtake the 40-year-old Quake players?
Potentially, you
Yeah,
know,
surely,
like the way
at some
that
point.
Arena FPS is going, there's a chance that, you know, it's just gonna be the fucking retirement home of video games is just Quake Clan Arena servers. It was a hole that we all decided to dig into.
Yeah. I mean, it really divides the kinds of people who play FPS, the people who play like as if their life depends on it, you know, to keep playing, keep getting better, as opposed to just like playing to be satisfied with your current skill level, you know.
It's like the one thing that I learned is that a lot of people don't have the affinity to like go out of their way to learn a new skill. Is like the one big thing. It's like when people are good at something, like that's the only thing that they want to play. And I feel like they need, like, for me, it was an influence from a friend group is what made me diverse my paths. And then eventually I just got like addicted to like trying to learn this new thing and progress at this new thing. And stagnation was when I started getting bored with it.
Interesting. So you had a hard time like pushing through the plateaus.
Yeah, or I felt like, yeah, it would just be a plateau. It just like felt like just like playing, I wasn't getting better. I was just like staying consistent.
So let's bring up your other, you know, skills, because I put in the title that you're mysteriously good at every game. Not exactly true, but there's a lot of like random games that you wouldn't expect that you've got like fundamentals in. So like, you know a bit about chess, you know a bit about Melee, Guilty Gear, StarCraft, and a bunch of like every FPS you could ever think of, you're like pretty decent at.
Yeah, that's because that's just like, I find scenes for things and I'm like, hey, I want to play that, and then I just go play that. But it boils down to, I like trying new things.
Okay.
I like a new game coming out, and then I just like trying to play it. And I like it when there is technical skill to it that I need to learn, and that just like brings the enjoyment out of the game. FPSs, I feel like all kind of like blend together, especially if you play Quake. Quake is like the best place to build all fundamentals.
Right.
For FPS games, because it's movement, shooting, fast pace. So like nothing, like anything slower feels like easier. Anything with movement, the movement always feels like easy, similar, because Quake is like a foundation for
exactly. But pretty much like every movement-based game has some inspiration from Quake.
And all the weapons.
Yeah.
I try to think of how you could be more innovative as a Quake weapon. Like, what would be like the 10th weapon you would add to Quake?
It's so hard, actually. Like, I thought about that too. It's like there's really nothing else.
Yeah. It's like, for some reason, some like just some dudes just figured out.
Here's every style of aim that will ever happen in FPSs.
Well, that's like the crazy thing is, I don't know if like the innovation is just hard to look past. Kind of like the what was it, that puzzle that everybody fucking pulls, like draw 3 lines and cross all the dots on a square, and you have to do the think outside the box method. you know which one I'm talking about? Yeah, so it's just like, it feels like that is just like, I don't know if people just can't see that, or
what about Unreal Tournament? Someone brought that up, and I think they have a lot of like strange combo weapons.
So, well, okay, so like but that just boils down to hit scan projectile at the same time.
That's fair.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's just like that's a rocket and a rail in the same gun.
Do they have any other gimmicks? I don't really know too much about UT.
Well, like the gimmick, like the only gimmick is like shooting your own projectile makes the projectile bigger, but it's still a rocket. Like at its core, it's a rocket. And
it is kind of crazy to think about. Like every weapon that you could think of in any game, there is some analog in Quake in terms of how it's aimed.
Yeah, it's projectile, tracking, and hit scan.
Yeah,
like
or some combination of it.
For some reason,
it's crazy.
Like the nerds who made like Doom and Quake was just like, yeah, that's all there's gonna be, and there's nothing you can innovate on top of it. And we're just that smart. So like some fucking people in the '90s,
yeah,
who invented the genre, like figured out what there's like little to no innovation you could put on top of hit scan projectile and tracking. It's very at least it's like hard. It's hard for me to think about.
There's definitely different like applications. Like CS's hit scan name is very different than
yeah, they put putting a nice little random number generator factor on
exactly
definitely shifts the game a little bit. But it's funny how like so even if the projectiles aren't perfect, then the positioning comes in, and that's still like that's a fundamental of Quake,
right?
Because it's just like Counter-Strike is just more position angle based, which is a fundamental of a game that already existed.
How did we even get on this topic? I completely forgot.
I have no idea. This is what happens to me. I can just rant forever.
But let's go back to Shoe Mania real quick, because I feel like that was a very interesting time for FPS history. So tell me about like what happened when that game came out, like what everyone was doing, including yourself.
So I was playing Xonotic first, and then a company. Fuck, what was that company's called? This is gonna drive
Shoe
me
Mania?
No, because that was Nadio and Ubisoft.
Right.
I know that. Ilphonic made a game called Nexus.
Okay.
And I knew what Nexus was because I played Xonotic.
That game came with my GPU actually when I first bought a PC, and I never played it.
Yeah, cringe. Good. You saved yourself some fucking money.
Didn't you play that in like a machinima tournament though?
Yes. So I played Xonotic, and the best player in Xonotic was PC Lizard.
Okay.
At the time.
Does he have any notoriety nowadays?
Yeah. In the Nexus Xonotic community, you might know who he is, but he also like played a little bit of Quake. People knew his brother in Quake, and he's a meme.
He's a meme?
That's slightly my fault.
Oh no.
So I think he put up like a looking for a fourth kind of thing because Machinima announced the Nexus tournament, and I think he put looking for a fourth on something. I'm like, okay. So I like asked him, and he's like, yeah, sure, whatever. And so so I got to play with PC Lizard, and I remember talking to my friend that I dueled with in Xonotic. I was like, yo, PC Lizard said I could play with him. He's like, that's so fucking cool. Because like we knew him as like he's just an owner.
Right.
But turns out he was just like this kid who was 4 years younger than me, and just like
wow.
playing Linux games for some reason. But he was really good. So we played this new game, and it was shit. It was the worst fucking Ilphonic. If anybody, God, that game was shit.
What made it so bad?
It had no netcode. Zero. Like the game lagged. No matter how good your connection was, it was hot garbage. Nothing registered at all. like if you think Crunker was bad, Nexus was way worse. All right, this is the honest to God like one of the worst experiences I had with gaming, and I have 70 hours in this game of me just pub stomping people for hours just so I can feel good about myself.
Was like the core game good? Or just the netcode was terrible?
No, netcode was terrible. Game was just shit.
Oh no.
The rockets were completely broken, but it was so hard to hit because you didn't even know where people were going to be. You could just shoot random things, just things would hit things. The movement was terrible. It was too fast, and nothing made sense. The maps were terrible. Everything was terrible. Game was bad. That was the moral of the story. So I played in this Nexus tournament. like I think 100 teams signed up, and only like 5 showed up.
Oh no! How is that possible?
The game was so shit.
But,
it was dead.
Like they
It was
signed
dead.
up before the game came out and then realized how bad it was.
Because it was just like Machinima was like, oh, we're hosting a tournament for this game, so everybody and their mom just like, oh yeah, I guess we'll sign up for it, and then just proceed to not show up, which is exactly what happened. So I think like the first, so like we got do not shows for like our first 3 or 4 rounds in this tournament.
Jesus Christ!
And then we played against somebody, and that was cool. And then we beat them because I was playing the game, and then PC Lizard was playing the game, and we were just like playing it basically against ourselves.
Just fighting the netcode.
Yeah, it was terrible. And then we had somebody else and then one of our other teammates was playing it, and then PC Lizard's brother would just not stop playing Quake. We kept telling him, can you please just play this game? Just get 20 hours in it, and then we'll just call it good, and he just wouldn't do it.
Oh,
so
no.
He was a reliability, and he was shit at the game too. So
was he at least good at Quake?
Yeah, he only played 1 map in Quake. He was just done to only play ZTN.
Huh.
So he wasn't bad at Quake, but it just didn't translate as well over to this game, I guess.
Gotcha.
It was just if somebody learns the game, you're just gonna get shit on because it just uses autistic fucking fundamentals. It's just fast. The game is just so stupid fast, and the netcode is so stupid shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's just hard to play around it.
So you ended up winning that tourney?
No, second.
Oh, we were the same second.
And I didn't even go to the LAN because that's what I figured out. I had a serious case of social anxiety that nobody decided to tell me about.
Really? How did you never find out about that beforehand?
So when I was a kid, I always went to the doctor for stomach issues or something along those lines.
Yeah.
And then just I didn't learn I had a social anxiety problem until I was 2013. So this was 2-3 years after this event happened. I got on a plane and I just freaked the fuck out.
So was it the flying or the people around you?
It's probably the people.
That's crazy.
It's weird, agoraphobic. But I mean, yeah, I'm a fucking nerd who never left his house. Of course, it's I need activity to not panic around people.
Okay.
So it's I can go to it's easier for me to go to parties and play Smash, or go to a card shop, play card games.
Right.
But as soon as it just becomes a social hangout, that I'm just either get outrageously bored and uncomfortable, or I just
actually vomiting.
I guess, yeah, just get nauseous.
That's
stuff
crazy.
like that. But yeah, I got on a plane to go to California to go play in this LAN tournament, and I stopped the whole plane.
Stopped the plane.
I stopped the plane, and this stewardess looks at me. I remember how fucking pissed I felt at myself because I was I hate myself that I have to do this right now.
Wow.
But it's I need to get off this plane. It's we just closed the door. It's do you need to get off? I'm yes. It's you're gonna delay this whole flight for you to get off, and I'm yes. It's get me off.
It was that bad.
Yeah, I did not want to be on that airplane. That's for sure.
So
I think I got over it a little bit more.
Okay.
Obviously, it helped when I got a job. So yeah,
sense.
if you have terrible social anxiety, force yourself to work at Walmart. And it's funny because I think the thing that I sell myself most in my career profession is I'm more personable than your average computer guy.
Huh.
So funny how that thing works.
Mm-hmm.
Terrible case of social anxiety. But that was the instance that made me realize it. I described that to one of my friends, and it was yeah, that's called a panic attack. I'm oh.
Oh, interesting.
I was I didn't know. I just thought anxiety was just this word that got thrown around, and I never knew what it was. And I never been diagnosed with it. Probably been to a doctor a bajillion times about that exact same occurrence, and they're just nah, got a fucked up stomach.
Wow. So, but have you been diagnosed later on in life?
No.
Or still never? Okay.
I haven't gone to a doctor about it. I just kind of live with it. Actually, I've had a doctor tell me it's you have anxiety, but you have to take antidepressants. So I'm just I don't want to fucking do that.
That's kind of impressive then that you still work through that and you do a job that's related to working with people.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta nut up in life.
Hell yeah, brother. So it was the people around you immediately that caused the issue. It wasn't like the prospect of seeing these people on the other side.
It could be a cascade of things, just an
Okay.
overthinking.
Yeah, yeah.
Like listening to like how my brain works, where you have just like an anxietal worst case scenario of like every situation that you put
Right.
yourself in. When it
That's
applies
crazy.
in
That
real
applies
life,
that too.
hell, it's like, yeah, you could overthink a lot of scenarios of just like you fucking up.
Wow. So you thought yourself into that panicked state, and then like everything. What was going through your head as like you were starting to take off? Like I can't do this. I can't do this.
There was like a flight in between. I was like, man, I feel sick. Just
Yeah.
like, what if I get lost at the next airport and I miss my flight and I ruin everything? What happens when I get there? Who do I talk to? Do I get a taxi?
Yeah,
Do they
okay.
have a car for me? Do I have to do something? You know, it's just like I have no guidance and I feel really uncomfortable about it. So I just overthink myself into a hole.
Gotcha.
It's a nightmare.
What did you tell
so
your teammates?
I was just like, I couldn't go. I was just like, I had to get off the plane. I couldn't make it. I was like, I was getting sick and I couldn't make it. That's what I think I told him. I was like, I was sick and I couldn't make it.
But it's actually pretty cool that you were going to be going to a LAN for this new game, like because of the tournament you played on release.
Yep, and you could probably find. I'm curious if the video's up, but you could find the 3v3 tournament they had to play, and I lost respect from 7 people for not going to that tournament.
Wait,
I felt really bad about it.
It was supposed to be like 4v4?
It's supposed to be 4v4. Yeah.
Oh damn! They had to change the format because of you.
They played 3v3 instead.
Oh.
And I think the worst I feel about that whole thing is they still sent me my check for second place.
No.
And I took it. And I bought my 120 hertz BenQ monitor that I'm currently staring at.
You're
right
still
now.
using it? Holy
of course.
Shit.
I'll tell people to buy BenQ monitors to the day I die. I own 2 of them right now. One of them is 8 years old. The other one is new.
That's crazy. Does it not bring back those memories every time you look at the monitor?
No, of course not.
Okay. There, or else you wouldn't have it still.
All right, I met them at QuakeCon eventually, so it's just like
So
I was just
at
like,
that point, it's over.
Freak the fuck out. They were really mad at me. Okay, so when that happened, I was so depressed that I couldn't get the courage to get on a fucking plane to go to California. I remember I asked my dad, because I was a college student living with my parents with no job. All right, I remember I asked my dad, I was like, can I buy Guild Wars 2 and just play my feelings away? My dad's like, okay.
The classic MMO escapism.
Yes, so I pumped hours into Guild Wars 2. I was having so much fun with it. So that's what happened, but my whole team thought I dodged the LAN to play Shootmania instead. That was like what they thought. And I was like, no.
So you eventually cleared that up, right?
They didn't believe me when I said that. I was like, no, I played Guild Wars 2 after that happened.
Oh, I mean, that's not much better, is it?
Well, yeah, because I was sad. But I didn't play Shootmania. I was like, I did not purposely dodge that LAN.
Did they still hold it against you to this day?
If they do, fuck them. They got $750. They can suck my nuts.
Yeah, that's pretty good for a garbage game, huh?
Yeah, we put 0 effort, and I dream crushed in that tournament. All right, the team that we had to beat to get to finals, I scummed them so bad.
What do you
because
mean?
I knew something that they didn't. So the format was TDM. It was just 4v4 TDM. That's all it was. If you cratered in that game, if you killed yourself in that game, your score in TDM did not go down. So we got a lead.
What?
We got a lead of like 10 frags with like 45 seconds left or something like that. And I just made the call out. It was like, just jump off the map. It's like, jump off the map and time scam them.
I played
Shootmania against these guys, by the way. So like, these guys were Shootmania players that we were playing against in semifinals to get to the final position. So, okay, so we had a 10-point lead. And if you kill yourself, you don't lose score.
So you
Does
just
that
keep
make sense?
jumping off over and over again?
Yes, and you just like
Oh my
use the
god.
5-second respawn time to just scum them out.
That's
There was
hilarious.
nothing in the rules against it.
That's good shit.
They did not challenge it, and I scummed them so hard. We won by like 2.
You
Because
love to see it.
I just called it out. It's just like, just jump off the map.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
that,
like, quit trying to fight, just jump off.
that's the oversight, and you make use of it. Were they like way better than you? You just happen to get a lead, and then just.
Oh, I think we were
ran
going
with
to
it?
lose because
Okay.
they had weapons and we didn't, so we
Gotcha.
were just getting fucking owned. So I was just like, yeah, kill yourselves. So we did. It was great.
Did
And
you
then we
get
got
any word from them or like the TOs about that?
No, they just said, that's fucked up. GG.
Well, true. Man.
Oh man, that was so fucking funny. Well, yeah. I mean, like, I got rewarded for spending 70 hours in that fucking game to know that that's a thing.
True. Yeah, the
that
guy
was
playing
specific-
Quake all the time probably didn't know that.
Oh no, they were Left 4 Dead players.
What?
Yeah.
Okay,
they
hold on.
played-
Can you tell me about Left 4 Dead? Is there some scene for that? Because you mentioned Rafa. And
Okay, no, they played it for fun.
Okay,
They just played
okay.
it for fun. These people actually played competitive Left 4 Dead though.
Oh.
Like 4v4 Left 4 Dead players.
So like the multiplayer mode?
Yeah, the versus mode.
That's kinda cool.
Like,
That's
people
kinda cool.
actually played that competitive, and I was pretty blown away. It's like, people play that, and they're like, yeah.
It sounds like the ultimate party game to me, you know?
I mean, yeah, it gets intense how coordinated you can get.
Yeah, I guess so. That makes sense. Is there like some mechanics that allow it to be more than I'm expecting? Like, is there some sort of skill ceiling?
Hunter Smoker, you know what I mean? Just like Hunter Smoker, like you attack everybody at the same time, so like you just like take 1v1 situations.
Yeah, okay.
So like if all three, like if you know 3 people, like if you CC on 3 different people, it's like it's 1v4. It's a little unfair because you're dying while you're CC'd.
Mm-hmm. All right, I need to take a moment to use the bathroom. Entertain my stream
right.
for me.
Oh no, I have to pull it back up. I'm awful. He probably shows up on my thing though. Dang. 138 people listening to me be a boomer. Pog champ. I don't know, somebody bring up a topic. Who's got a question that only I can answer? Favorite cereal is Crunch Berries. I'm 27. Favorite cheese has got to be Pepper Jack. Work can be scary until you get a job that you enjoy, or you know, you get a job where your manager gives a shit. Somebody said I played Tower Defense. No, but I played Dungeon Defenders.
Hello.
Yes, I found a good water bottle. It's a gallon with a straw, and at the end of it, it says "Got 'em."
What?
Yeah,
Why?
it's got like times of the day that go throughout the day, and then where it's supposed to say 9 p.m., it actually says 9 a.m., and then it says "Got 'em."
We still haven't talked about Shoe Mania. We kept going in circles with like random anecdotes. I've tried to bring it up 3 times because I thought it was a cool era.
It's a long story.
Okay. We've gone through Nexawiz, and you mentioned that your teammates thought you were going to be playing Shoe Mania. And to me, all right, we'll start with this. As someone who knew nothing of esports at the time, I followed this guy who, rest in peace, is named Total Biscuit, who...
Yeah, I love Total Biscuit.
Yeah, he was a great proponent of esports as a whole. Like, he really loved competitive StarCraft, and Shoot Mania was supposed to be like the shit when it came to esports FPS. Like, the whole thing was formatted like this futuristic game show kind of shooter. I don't know how to put it, but it seemed like a sport, you know? That's how it felt when I watched it. But
elitists is why that game did not thrive as well as it
Really?
did. Yeah, it's fucking pussy ass Counter-Strike players not wanting to play anything other than Counter-Strike, and pussy ass Quake players not wanting to play anything other than Quake. That's what it boiled down to, and the community was built of people who weren't that like stubborn.
What do you mean?
Uh, so like the whole Shootmania community was just like a bunch of people from different FPS games, just like kind of
Yeah.
combined, and it was the people who weren't very elitist about their game.
Gotcha.
So it wasn't like the only game that they would ever want to play in their life is X.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's like I only want to play Quake. Like DeHang was one of those players who hated Shootmania. Same with like Jahar and stuff like that.
Huh.
They
It's
fucking
really
hated
cool
it.
to
They
me
thought
to
they
hear
thought it
these
was, like,
names that I know of from Diabolical and like how
They
you've
thought
had the
they-
interactions in the past.
yeah, it's like they thought it was a shit game. Never play it. It's like this game's
Damn.
terrible. Why would you ever want to play that? Blah 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 blah. And then there's just people who were just like, "Hey man, they're throwing money at it."
Okay, so tell me about that piece of history. Tell me about like when it was announced and how people reacted.
All right, so I learned about Shootmania. How did I learn about it? I saw it at an E3 tournament, and it was 3 really old Counter-Strike players that I would be amazed if anybody can say that they know these people. The team that won the E3 tournament was Hostile, or HST, Master Nook, I think is what his name was. It was Master Nook. Yes, that sounds right. And the Bears.
The Bears. I remember that
Bears
name.
is probably the name that you would know the most because I think he helped MLG. Or
I feel like he
Twitch.
showed up in like a joke frag movie at some point.
He was in esports. He was in esports ordeal. He got into esports pretty heavy, but he used to be like an old Counter-Strike player. But
Oh,
that was a
interesting.
team, and they played pretty early too. And okay, so here's how I got into that game. So I think I saw that game. I watched the qualifiers of the people who got to the E3 tournament. I think that's how I figured it out about it, and I don't remember why I watched it. I don't know if it was on a random Twitch stream or if it was a YouTube video. Couldn't tell you. But one of the people that was playing in it was Lost Cause. And if you saw the Frag documentary, like Lost Cause has an arc in his thing about how he got stranded in Africa.
What is this
And
frag
also, like,
documentary you keep bringing up?
So there's a documentary. It's called Frag. It's literally
Oh.
about like how esports,
Came
like
to be.
kind of yeah,
Okay,
like
okay.
goes over like the old arcade days, and then it brings you to like Fatality,
Hmm.
and then you get to see like how Lost Cause got stranded in Africa because people were pieces of shit,
That's funny.
and how he had to win an African tournament to get a sponsor to fly him back.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, and that it was like really cool. That's how I knew about this guy.
Yeah.
And you just learn like how esports back then, like you're basically just a homeless person with a computer. Like that's like that's what esports was in 2005 or 6. You're just a homeless person with a computer. So Lost Cause played Nexus,
Okay.
and I was friends with Lost Cause from Nexus because I used to play with him and just like we just I'd shit on him. And so he had an alpha key for Shootmania when it came out, and he's like, "Yeah, I don't like really play it that much." I was like, "Can I play it?" And he's like, "Sure." So I was able to use Lost Cause's alpha account, and I used that for
Ooh.
about like a week,
Oh,
I think, and then beta came out.
was that open beta?
No, it was closed. I think
But-
you needed to get a key for it.
I see. I see.
But if you signed up for it, I think most people who got it like got a key. And then once beta came out, then I just like started grinding. Yeah, I just started playing it a lot because I actually enjoyed the game.
Mm-hmm.
So when that came out, I played it a lot. And the first time that they were announcing tournaments for it, or like people were trying to coordinate tournaments for it, I had to figure out what team I wanted to get on. And the first person that I was supposed to be on a team with was XP3. Yes. Because I think I was playing a lot and XP3 joined. And I remember he was just like talking about it's like, oh yeah, I used to be like this Counter-Strike pro, and me just not believing him. And then once I did all the Googling, I was like, oh. It's like, okay. Apparently it was good. Because, like, I saw, like, one of the videos, and I saw him, like, one of his teammates was Warden. I was like, play with Warden? He's like, yeah. I was like, dang.
Dang.
Like, because I knew who Warden was. So, we couldn't find a third, and there was this other team named ESP, who's infamous for having a cheater in an ESEA game. I don't know if you guys remember the clip of an ESEA game getting casted, like is it an ESL main final or ESEA main finals or like playoffs or something like that, and somebody got back banned in the middle of the game. That was him.
Oh,
like that
no.
was that team. Like I knew the person who had that team. Apparently that guy was just like picked up out of the blue for like a day and then just like was a cheater. Pretty funny. I remember when I saw that clip revolving around the internet, I was like, wait, I know these people.
It's actually really cool to me that like you have all of these interesting relations with people that I like vaguely know of from a distance, but because you've been around for so long, like you've seen them go through all these random FPSs.
Oh, and the person that cheated in that ESEA game was in the Overwatch League.
What?
Yes.
Like, was he actually good and just happened to cheat, or did he cheat again?
I mean, who knows? He was probably cheating in Overwatch and got into the Overwatch League and then stopped.
Jesus.
Like that's a thing that could happen. Who knows? Cheaters are like, if you get caught cheating and you're allowed in like other esports, it's just like that's cringe. It's like this guy like got banned on stream, and then like for an ESEA game, and then that man is in the Overwatch League.
So people have thrown out names: Emilio or Nilair or Baby Bay.
Dude, I cannot. I couldn't figure out. I couldn't tell you who it was. Yeah, I would have to ask. I would have to ask my friend of who it was exactly. But yeah, I know it was the same person though. I can't tell you what the name of the person was. But if you look up, okay, so like, if you want to do your Sherlock Holmes investigation of it, you have to Google person gets banned during ESEA game on stream, because there's only one of them. So you gotta watch that game, figure out who the player that got banned, look up that tag, and then type in Overwatch League, and then there will probably be a BNet thread.
Jesus
From
Christ.
7 months.
Goes deep. Yeah, thanks so much, critics.
That's how I'd figure it out. So let's see. So XP3, okay, so XP3 played with those people. That's where we were at.
Yeah.
And then I got kind of left high and dry. They ended up winning a tournament to go to a convention of some sort. I forgot what it was, but I didn't go. Obviously, because they didn't play with me. It was XP3, Paradise, and Godson.
What do you think you would have had the wherewithal to take a plane and go to a convention after that? At that point in your life?
It would have been risky. Would have done it.
You would have tried.
I would have tried at least.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't know I had a problem. I just thought it was a random occurrence.
Okay.
So yeah, like if I would have got flown out somewhere else, I probably would have once again tried. If it was a consistent thing, then obviously that there would be a problem.
Right.
I don't know how that would have happened, because it never really happened again.
Damn. Imagine if you took off after that happened. That would be horrifying.
So that happened, and then they announced the IPL 5 tournament series, and I was going, okay, and I was at college at the time. So they announced this IPL 5 series. I was like, okay, well, I guess I got to make a team. So I was making a team with Tailspin.
I do know that person. Doesn't he play Overwatch?
Yes. At the time, he was playing for Tribes. He got second at a Canadian tournament, and he's really upset about that still. I would hope he's still upset about it, because that's all he bitched about. So I was gonna play with Tailspin, and we needed to find a third, and I couldn't find a third. So my brain decided to recruit somebody from Quake.
Okay.
So at the meantime, we were playing with my friend named Greg, also known as Grego Maego, who's a Valorant player. I don't know if you know, like he played.
Did you play?
Let's see, he was on Cloud9 for
Apex?
Overwatch.
Oh shit!
And I think he was on Cloud9 for Apex.
I think I know him then.
Yeah, he was on Cloud9 for Apex, and I think he played with Secret for Apex, and then got cut like before.
Dude, it's so crazy to me that you have all of these like random connections in these Asian games.
So Greg, before Shootmania, was playing 24/7 Office on Counter-Strike, and I told him, "Hey, quit doing that.
Office.
Go play Shootmania." But he also, I think, was playing competitive Guild Wars 2 at the time, and I think he just got cut from his team.
Team, holy shit! They went that deep. I didn't realize there was teams for MMOs.
Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 had a competitive scene to it at the beginning.
That's
it had
nuts.
really good PvP.
Huh. All right. I believe it.
So he was playing on it. So he was playing with people for Guild Wars 2. And then he got cut, I think, or he left. One of the two. I don't remember. He could probably tell you more about it. And then I told him to come play Shootmania. So he started playing Shootmania, and then he was playing with me and Tailspin, and he assumed that he was just like on the team with me and Tailspin when me and Tailspin were just like looking for a third.
Oh no.
So I got my friend from Quake named Spookrel to play Shootmania with me.
I recognize the name as well.
Because I mentioned
Right, you mentioned him earlier. There's so many names flying around, I forgot, alright?
Because I was just like, oh, I know somebody who's like good at Quake and he's good at dueling, he should be good at this game. You know, like,
Okay.
kind of worked out. So I got Spookrel, and I was just like, hey, you should come play Shootmania. He's like, oh, let me look at it. He's like, okay, I'll try it. So we got this person, and so I got him, and I was like, okay, squad.
You kicked out Grego?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
So that's a fun story, because if you look up the video that Greg uploaded called, like, How I Went Pro when he was playing Overwatch, he'll mention this story.
Oh, no.
Because this is what happened, but he didn't know that there was more background story that I thought I told everybody, and this is why Greg probably hates me for the rest of my life. All right, so like me and Greg like kind of get along, like, but we don't talk like we're homies as much. So or like not the best of homies. It's
Okay.
like I don't think we'd kiss each other at LAN anymore. It
Anymore.
used to be like that.
Okay.
Yeah, anymore. I think it used to be like that. I think it's like different. So in that video, he'll say it's like, yeah, so I was playing Shootmania and my friend cut me from my team and said I had no potential.
No. Did you actually say that to him?
And that's me. Yeah, that's me that said that. So how it went down was just like, hey, all right, so it's gonna be me, Tailspin, and Spookroll. He's like, oh, but what about me? Why don't you want to play with me? And I just didn't want to deal with this conversation because I didn't want to deal with the breakup speech. And so I just thought of the most like harshest thing I could potentially say to just shoot the conversation. It's like using an RPG on somebody who's already down, kind of like thing.
Yeah.
I was like, why don't you want to play with me? It was like, it's because I'm bad or something? I was like, it's because you have no potential, Greg. And then he's just like, oh, dang. And then that's where the conversation ended. And I was like,
well, you succeeded, yeah.
Yeah, like, mission success. I don't have to have this conversation anymore.
Maybe you're the reason that he became like a pretty strong esports player.
For sure. No potential was a meme in Shootmania. If you played Shootmania and you hang out with like some of the community, it's like the no potential meme is definitely a thing.
Not much to say. Thank you for being
It's one
you.
of the meanest things
Much
I
love,
could possibly
Penge
have
4
said.
shy,
Then.
Penge 4 thumbs up, Penge 4 hydrate.
It really is. I mean, you achieved your goal, I suppose, and you pulled I forget the name of the jazz drum. I need to do it so I can keep referencing that, but yeah, you really fucked up his mentality enough to motivate him to keep getting better.
Yeah,
just
when
to
you
prove
bring it
wrong.
up 4 or 5 years later in a video, and I have to watch it and just be like, that's not exactly how it happened, you bitch.
But it's pretty much how it happened.
It's like, I definitely said you had no potential. But there was more to the story.
Oh man, that's good. It's so interesting that like I know this person from Apex is like randomly one of the many pros that I was like vaguely aware of, and we have this connection.
It's because there was a lull in esports that, okay, so like 1.6, so CSGO is in beta, 1.6 was dying, CSGO sucked dick and nobody wanted to play it. Quake was dead and replaced by League of Legends. So the only game that's getting money thrown at it, which was $100,000 tournaments, was Shootmania.
Right. That was the whole appeal of it on release, right?
Nobody was playing it. That was like the thing. So it was just like, you know, if you're a good player from a game and you see this community that's got like 15 teams, you know, you just gotta be like, yeah, I mean, like, I'm really good at my game. What's so hard about this? So
I really like the concept of it though, actually, which was like a 1v3 scenario at all times. The person with one, you had a railgun, and you could take 3 hits from the enemy's rocket launchers, but you have to like one tap all 3 of them. You know, play smart.
The whole game was like, can this man clutch?
Yeah.
It was literally clutch simulator.
I love that, actually. Like, those are the situations I live for in Apex. Like the situations where I could potentially 1v3, and to have a whole game based around that, it's genius.
There's one server. There's one server that I think is on North America still for Shootmania.
Damn.
And I would be down to play it if 6 people jumped on that server.
Maybe.
Because I did load it up and I was just like, dang, this game feels so fucking bad.
Maybe we'll keep the nostalgia glasses on then.
Well, no. Like, it like feels good, but like the movement is so weird.
Yeah.
Until like play it more.
Gotcha.
So,
is he also good in Tetris?
So that happened, and then so me, Tailspin, Spookroll played in our first tournament, and we got fucked because we played against XP3's team early in the bracket, got fucked, and I think it was a best of 1 bracket. I don't remember. There's a loser bracket. And then I was pretty pissed about it. I also said some cook shit. Basically, throughout this like whole entire story, like, understand that I have the social skills of like a murderer, of like a serial killer.
A 14-year-old with social anxiety.
I just felt like I knew so much. Like, I felt like I knew a shitload. I still to this day feel like I know a shitload, but I have more like information, anecdotes to back up my stories. Right. But this is like me pretending I know a shitload without having backup, like without having any of the information. So that created a huge rift on how people treated me. Don't act autistic around random people. It does not. That's one thing I learned is don't be an asshole. and I still
valuable
do
lesson
it.
To learn.
And I still do it. It's just like the thing about esports is you can get blackballed out of it. And nobody will tell you that. But at the same time, if you're a cool enough person, you can just get like bred in it. Does that make sense? It's just like
bread isn't BRED? BREAD. Like bread is in birth, or bread is in like money, as in
birth. Bread is in birth.
Okay.
It's like if you're like a cool enough person, it's like put yourself in the right social circle. Like, you get the best practice.
Yeah.
You get to learn from the best people.
Exactly. Yeah.
And you're just gonna get shaped on like how to be good, like naturally from that. And like you can either take that opportunity like one way or another. It's like you can take that opportunity and like try to get better, or you can take that opportunity and be mediocre. It's like that, I feel, is the make or break there. It's like some people want to put effort into it and they have the outlet to put effort into it, or there's people that's just like cruising, just like, you know, I don't want to put insane amount of effort into this. I just want to chill and play games with my boys.
Right. But Shootmania, you said it was like a lull in the era of esports, but yeah, because of that, you had all of these players from various games all coming to this one place to potentially compete for the 100K, right?
Yeah.
That's such a sick period of time. And you said like it almost never happened again until like Overwatch, right?
Yeah, Overwatch is like the next like go around of it. I mean, like you can say like Firefall is like another one that people try to go into, because basically what happened is like, okay, so the amalgamation occurred
Hmm.
in Shootmania. Like TF2 was also like another, like when Quake players try to drift to another game
Right.
was TF2, but they came back. Um, so like Shootmania had like this amalgamation of everybody, and then what happened is as soon as Shootmania died, and the next game got announced for a shitload of money, then we would all switch over to that game. So that same community of people kind of like stayed flowing amongst like 3 or 4 different games until like Overwatch came out, and then everyone like got sectioned off into like, you know, this person got picked up by this team, so they section off with those group of people, and then like that's when it like the split occurred, was more like around Overwatch.
Right.
But yeah, with Overwatch, a lot of those people did come from Shoot Me. Tailspin was one of those. There was, who was it? Like all Team Liquid, like all played Overwatch, I think at one point.
That's crazy.
Like a lot of players did.
So what happened to that game then?
What, Shootmania?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so here's the death of Shootmania. Was IPL 5 happened, and that was the first 100K tournament, and Fnatic won that. They like won through the open bracket and then played in the actual tournament, and then also won that. So they just like won everything. So that was cool. And I was there for IPL 5. I showed up for IPL 5 as a spectator who played in the open tournament with Spookroll and Fiend, who was drinking whiskey every waking second. So we had like no chance of like doing anything there. There's probably a game of us losing to, I think, Monomaniacs at the time.
How do you remember the team names, dude? Holy shit.
Because Monomaniacs was Hot Mustard, Felons, and Pop Trunk. And Felons doesn't play Quake anymore, but Pop Trunk still plays Diabolical and Quake.
Okay.
And then Hot Mustard, I have no idea what the fuck happened to that guy. So I
Do you
played against
ever like
them.
look up old names of players you used to play with, see what they're up to?
Sometimes, not really. I mean, like I followed all their Twitch channels and stuff
Okay.
like that.
Yeah, that's
so
fair.
it's like, if they ever stream things, and like sometimes I see their name pop up. I think like XP3 was playing for some Valorant team now.
Yeah, that name sounds familiar, despite...
Complexity, I think.
Huh.
Because I think his girlfriend or wife is Miss Harvey. I don't know. No, Emily? I don't remember. There was this whole female section of games that also happened around the same time. Because, okay, so there was this promotional team called the Frag Dolls, who was Ubisoft's promotional team. And Ubisoft was the one that dealt with Shootmania. So it's like...
This was a specifically a Shootmania team?
No, they were like a female gaming promotion team.
Oh, okay.
I guess it's like marketing, like people like help with your marketing, but they just call themselves the Frag Dolls. That's what I assumed.
Oh boy, this never ends well.
Well, I mean, like they were chill. Like I was like
really?
friends with a lot of them, and they were like really helped with the community, and that's like where I learned that like more communal ordeals. I used to be.
Here we go.
So. Well, no, I used to be very much against like what girl gamers had to do to be competitive in games as somebody who was competing. And I've changed my opinion about this drastically, by the way. The way that I look at it. But I used to be so upset that like there would be this female league for money and that it was like open level players in Counter-Strike. And I was just like, that's so fucked up. And then come with age and people telling me I'm the stupidest human being on the planet, I now obviously don't believe in any of that at all anymore. And I'm very like, I love like female tournaments are cool now for me.
That's fair. In the sense that it like gets people into the game.
But yeah, well, but like playing with Frag Dolls and stuff like that like really opened up my eyes to like, okay, this is how marketing works, like promotion, marketing, and all that kind of stuff, and like how esports really helps with the marketing budget. because I was just like, oh, you could spend your marketing on X, or you could just spend your marketing on some kind of promotional event that gets people's attentions. You know, like that opened my eyes to like this kind of stuff, which is pretty cool. Playing with them. I got to meet all of them when I went to MLG Dallas, where Shootmania was being promoted. I drove 10 hours to Dallas, bought a hotel room, slept for.
Did you feel any anxiety before that on the drive?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, bought a hotel room with cash. Pro tip: never buy a hotel room with cash. they make you put like $100 in insurance down, which was so fucked up. That was not in my budget. So I went to MLG, and Carnage will also tell the story every single time my name gets brought up. That's how he bought me a fucking fruit cup at MLG Dallas.
A fruit cup?
Fruit cup. I was just an anxietal mess the whole entire time I was there. I had no sleep. I like went there, got a hotel room. I think I showed up at like 10 a.m. So like I got a hotel room, and then I called a taxi to go to MLG from my hotel room because I did not want to drive in Dallas traffic.
Right. Get
to MLG, go to the Shootmania booth, see like what was that Halo player's name? It started with an E.
I have no idea.
I can't tell you what it is. Some Halo player was playing and everybody standing around him was like, oh, that's cool. And then I saw Carnage there, and I knew Carnage from Shootmania because we were playing Shootmania at the time.
Wait, what game was? Sorry, what was this tourney for? Which game?
This is for Shootmania. Shootmania is being promoted at MLG. It was the same MLG that Halo 4 was being shown at. So wow. Ninja was also there, I think.
Man.
Fun fact. wasn't as big.
Yeah, was he relevant back then? This was pre-Fortnite.
This is like 100 viewer Ninja.
Oh, dude, that's crazy.
Like 100 viewer Ninja at MLG playing Halo 4. he was somewhere in the crowd, didn't even see him. I was watching Najin Sword, I think, play League of Legends. And Mortal Kombat 9, I think, was also being played there. But I just hung around the Shootmania booth, but I was only there for a little bit because I just got a shitload of anxiety and just like went back to my hotel room. But I played Shootmania there, and they had an open tournament, and I won the tournament that I played.
Oh, not bad. Wait, what do you mean you won? There was a team?
They had like 4 teams or something playing this game mode that nobody played, and I was the only one there that actually knew how to play the game.
Let's go.
And I just shit on everybody for like 3 fucking rounds, and I won. Oh man, what was that mode called? Assault or something like that? That might be wrong.
I didn't even know there were other game modes, to be honest.
But I was the only winner of one of those tournaments that was not recorded. I also have.
What was the prize money like?
Nothing. It was just.
Oh no!
I think I got a shirt or something. I don't remember. I also in Quake Live. I am also the only North American domination tournament winner because there was a draft tournament.
Domination?
And me and Araba, that team was stacked.
Wait, do you mean like the Mario Party game?
No, domination was like 3. So Quake Live in 2015 or 16 when it came out on Steam, added game modes, and one of the modes was domination, and I think that was one of the best modes ever in Quake Live, and nobody supported it and called it shit, and it made me sad. But there was like this time where everybody was playing domination, and I used to just grind that shit so much.
What was it, like COD domination where you have like these points?
Yeah,
okay.
Domination.
Gotcha.
It was so much fun.
So you won that as well. Not bad.
Yeah, that was a draft tournament. Our team was the last pick team, and we were playing for basically Bison dollars.
Bison dollars?
Oh god, damn it! You're too fucking young.
No, what are Bison dollars?
So from the movie Street Fighter, M. Bison creates a fake currency called Bison dollars after he takes over the world, and everybody's gonna use Bison dollars.
Okay. My bad.
Upset.
Uncultured.
I'm so upset you have not seen the Street Fighter movie.
I gotta watch the Frag documentary and the Street Fighter movie after this.
So that's what I called him. I called him Bison dollars. that we were playing for.
Hmm.
And we ended up winning. It was a draft tournament. We were last pick. It was me, Aerobucks, Flash Soul. Forgot who our fucking fourth was. I could probably find the screenshot of it somewhere.
That's crazy.
I probably still have the demos of the game that we played. It's like somewhere on my computer. I probably have them somewhere.
Do you still use the same Alienware PC? Surely not.
Oh no.
Okay.
No, it's just, I transferred the
You just
demos
transferred
over. Yeah. It's just like it's in your app data folder. So
Yeah,
you just
yeah.
slide it over. Yeah, so I have a shitload of demos. So let's see. So so IPL 5 went to that. This is the downfall of Shoot Me.
Yep.
Or like when it was dead. So IPL 5 went to that. Saw Fnatic win. Cool story. I remember, so an excital moment that happened for me was everyone went to In and Out in a limo that the Frag Dolls were hosting, and I said, nah, and went back to my hotel room.
Yeah, that would be me too.
I did work up enough courage at IPL 5 to ask Jessica Negri to sign my mouse pad.
Okay. Do you still have it?
Yeah, I'm using it right now.
Hell yeah.
It's what's under my glass mouse pad. That SteelSeries QCK is the one that Jessica Negri signed. And then my other QCK Plus is the one that Brick used at QuakeCon 2014 and won CTF with.
Yo. That's sick.
So IPL 5 happened. Okay, and then IPL 6 happened. So I couldn't play in IPL 5 qualifiers. I don't know if I mentioned this. I couldn't play in them because when they announced it, there's like, okay, we play our qualifiers on Tuesday and Thursday. And I look at my college schedule and I was like, hey, my classes are Tuesday and Thursday. What the fuck? So I could, or it might have been Monday and Thursday. Actually, that sounds more right. Yeah, it was Monday and Thursday, and I had college Monday and Thursday. I had college days I was supposed to play. That's what happened.
Yeah, okay.
So I was just like, well, I can't play in these tournaments. I told Tailspin and Spookroll, I was like, well, I can't play in these tournaments. I was like, I'm prioritizing college over
Smart
Shootmania.
man. Smart man.
Which I like to tell myself was the correct decision. But boy, do I just like look at like Greg and Buds, and I'm just like, it could have been me. I could have finally been Fnatic Goonsky for once in my life. So I went to school, so that never happened. So IPL 6 qualifiers happened, and the same thing happened, where it just both landed on my college days.
Damn.
So one of the days that they had a tournament, I think, was Martin Luther King Day, when I didn't have school.
Okay.
So there was one tournament I had a chance to play in, and I got asked by Vorticore to play in this tournament with him and Instant, the Quake player I mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
Instant has never played Shootmania in his life.
No.
Or I think he played it once or twice.
Yeah.
I don't remember. And I was like, sure, okay. Tournament day comes up. It's me and Vorticore and Instant. And our game is about to occur for our IPL 6 qualifier that I'm allowed to play in. This is a qualifier that has a potential for us to win because all the good teams qualified already.
Right.
So it was the trash we had to clean out. And I was an owner. At least I told myself I was an owner, and nobody believes me. And I wish I had the demos from these fucking games because I destroyed everybody.
Ooh.
At least in my mind, I was owning everybody. So the first game we had to play, though, it was me, Vorticore, and Instant. Instant needed to update the game.
That's never a good sign.
And it was taking him way too long.
Oh, God.
We're talking like 45 minutes, I think, is how long it took him to update the game. So this whole entire time, this team was like, we were in the server waiting for Instant, and Instant's like, I'm updating my game. And we're just like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. So we asked an admin, it was like, our third is here. He is updating. It's like, can we get a replacement until he comes back for the first map? It's like, our opponents are okay with it. And the admin was like, okay. So I message everybody that I know wasn't playing, and I was able to get a Quake player named Banadit. I don't know if he plays anymore or
Love
anything.
all the work that
but
you
I
do.
feel
Also,
like I've
any
seen him
chance
at one
we can
point.
get some
If you ever see
Shostakovich in here?
Bandit, he's the #1 homie. This man showed up, and we just needed a body.
Hold on, one sec. Yo. I will absolutely play some Shostakovich, but holy shit, dude. Thank you so much. That's by far the biggest donation I've ever gotten on stream. So I really appreciate you. Keeping the dream alive.
How much did somebody give you?
Give me a fat hundo.
Fat Benny?
Fat Brenny.
Dang.
It's
Fatality
Shostakovich,
gave
right?
you a fat Benny.
Yeah, I don't have to do anything though. I just talk. You gotta climb through the ranks of ancient Quake players. Yeah, but thank you so much, dude. I think I played a bit of the jazz suite before when I was still playing in orchestras. But anyway.
So yeah, Bandit, #1 homie, played the map. We won that map, and then Instant got in, and then we won the second map. So we played the whole entire tournament, and then our qualifying game was against VVV Gaming, also known as Grego Maego's team.
Oh no!
And that team consisted of Nimbus, who I played Valorant with when it came out. He was just randomly in a pickup server I was also in, and then like that was the last time I've seen him. It was with Flame Hopper, also known as a Twitch streamer who I think kind of like made it about like pretty
Flame
big.
Hopper?
He plays
It's H1Z1, or at least he did.
Yeah, I think he played Hizzy, and he played that.
Oh shit, he's got 100k followers.
Yeah, he popped off. He's the nicest guy, by the way. Literally, like if I had to nominate one of the nicest people I've ever met in my life, Flame Hopper would definitely be one of those people. And me being the toxic shit can that I am, like that says something. And Greg was their third. So, and it was me, this man who's been accused of cheating in Quake named Instant, and Vorticor, also known as the man who got his laptop pissed on by Carnage at a LAN.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
What happens at these LANs?
It's in the Frag documentary. You'll find out.
Okay.
DKT's there, I think, as well. It's great.
It's taking a long time for this game to die. Yeah, go ahead.
So we played this tournament. This is for IPL 6 qualifiers, and I think I 3-0'd. I think I 3-0'd to qualify, and then we played against, once again, Monomaniacs in the finals. and we got shit on. And I skipped school for that day to get shit on by them.
That sucks. So you didn't qualify?
No, I did. No, it was top
two
teams qualified.
Okay.
I didn't make you play out the finals.
Good stuff.
The qualifying game was against Greg, and I shit on Greg.
Oh, after you said he had no potential.
Oh, I love shit on Greg.
God, that must be salt in the wound.
But I mean, that's how I act with like all my friends. I love playing against my friends because that's when I like winning the most.
That's fair.
And then if I lose, then I'm still happy. You know, I'm just like, that's like one thing that I learned, especially later on in life when I got more into like listening to comedians and podcasts, is just like talking to, like trying to bring other people up. Like never like try to do something to bring other people down. Just be happy that other people are like doing good.
Yeah.
That's like one thing that I like.
You learned that from comedians.
And I learned that from comedians, yeah, because comedians don't shit on each other. That's like one thing that's just like a, you know, it's like they don't shit on each other. They're happy for each other whenever they get a Netflix special. They don't look at like somebody who gets a Netflix special and think like, well, I'm fucking better than that guy. It's like I should get a Netflix special. It's more like, yeah, good for them. Like everybody has their own path. That's like one thing that I kind of like. I'm just happy for everybody that like wins or beats me or anything along those lines. Can't like be upset about it. It's just like, what are you gonna do?
That's a strange way to learn of it, but yeah, it's a great mindset. So you do qualify. What happens? Do you end up doing well in the tourney itself?
Okay, so I didn't go to this tournament, and I'll tell you why.
Here we go again. Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so IPL 6 happened. I qualified. IPL got bought out by fuck, who did IPL get bought out by? IPL got shut down for the most part. They got
Oh.
bought out by another company, so IPL 6 got canceled.
Dude.
And it's really funny because I watched a video. Okay, so I'm like a big Ludwig fan. He has a
Yeah.
friend named Atriok. Atriok used to play League of Legends. He was also qualified for IPL 6 for League of Legends and didn't get to go because IPL got bought out. And when I heard that story, and I was like, me too. But kind of. So basically what happened is so that tournament I was able to go to financially, because at that time I think my dad, who was my prime source of money, was having a rough year. So I didn't have like a lot of money to go take like a random trip somewhere. So then they made a tournament called the Shoot Mania launch event, which was the same prize pool. It's still going to be $100,000. And they were just going to use it as a promotional tool. And they were going to fly everybody out to this theater in San Francisco. So here were some regrets in my life of, okay, so I asked my dad, hey, I need to get a plane ticket to go to San Francisco. And he's like, I can't afford a plane ticket to go to San Francisco. And I was just like, shit. So I tell my team, I was like, hey, I'm trying to see if I can actually get money to go there. And so somebody whispered me, is just like, hey, I can pay you the money and you could just pay me back from the money you get from the tournament, because we're guaranteed money. I think it was like $600.
Okay, yeah.
It's like, hey, I'll pay for your plane ticket and you can pay me back. And I am not the kind of person that likes to take that kind of handout. Now, I regret this decision.
Right.
Because it makes sense to just like somebody front you the money and then you just pay them back.
Yeah.
But my 18-year-old
ego,
anxiety, autistic brain was just like, nah, I can't take money from you. It's like, I can't do that. That's not cool. It's like, I don't want to do that. So basically it just like boiled down to this thing where it came down to the last second, where it's just like, my team was asking, hey, can you go? Instant already said he wasn't going. Keep that in mind. We qualified, and that was the first thing that came out of his mouth was like, yeah, I was just doing this for fun. I'm not flying to fucking San Francisco. So we already needed a third. And when you have that slot lineup, boy, do you become the most popular person in the world. It's like, hey, heard you need a third for that tournament I didn't qualify for.
Yep.
Looking for me? It's like, that's when you become the most popular person, is when you have like that kind of spot.
Yeah.
So basically what happened is I was given a time frame of like, hey, find somebody. If not, we have to replace both. Like, we have to replace 2 people. So Vorticore is just playing with 2 other people. And the final day came, and my dad was like, okay, I'll pay for it. Just fuck it. And so I got on Discord, or I got on Skype, and I messaged Vorticore, hey, my dad said he'll pay for it. We're good. And then he's like, oh, I just got Dignitas instead.
Oh, wait, the team?
Yes. So Dignitas didn't qualify in the European qualifiers. So they got 2 of their guys to play with Vorticore, and they were going to go to the launch event.
That's
so
unlucky.
I was like,
that's unlucky.
So the admin was like, yeah, he already got these 2 guys, so we're just going to go with that. And I'm just like, shit.
Get hit by the Grego treatment.
So I got shaded out of my own tournament. Kind of fucked up. I guess it's like just desserts. You can just act it like that, but I feel bad for him because everybody is just apparently acting like a dick to him because of like they're just mad that I got shaded, which understandable. Like I'm over it now. I think I still I've talked to Vorticore a couple times. I used to like see him and just think of like, God, that motherfucker.
You did the exact same thing to Grego. Well, not exactly the same.
I didn't already qualify with Grego and then tell him to go.
Okay, that's fair.
Way different.
So after that, like, what happened to Shoemania? Like, it's still alive at this point, right?
So after that, I think there was just French tournaments. Like, there was no more like big North American tournaments. After that, like, kind of stuff happened, I got what I felt was shaded out of the community because it was funny for everyone to kick and ban me from every server.
Oof.
And then one person, so there was like 2 server hosters at the time. It was this one guy and this other guy. The first interaction I had with one of the server hosts was him coming in and him calling me shit. And then I told him, I was like, you're fucking the worst player I've ever seen in my life.
It's a very Goonsky line.
And then that guy started hosting all the servers. And then I just got banned from every single one of the servers that he hosted because he was pissed that I called him terrible because he was terrible. I hate that guy. His name was fucking Calvin.
That was his alias?
Shit.
I see that you're good at not holding a grudge.
Well, fuck him. Like, honestly.
That's
like,
true. He just kind of...
I love Shootmania. It was one of my favorite fucking games. Like, I was playing it a lot, and then I literally, like, couldn't play the game because the community thought it was funny to kick and ban me and make me not be able to play the game from servers. And then you have the other half, which is this guy who just on spot bans me from everything. I couldn't alias because I was good enough. Like, I couldn't alias and try because I was good enough that everybody just knows it's me.
The community was that small at that point?
Yeah.
Wow. They recognized you on playstyle?
Yeah, well,
Holy
like
shit,
if
cool.
a new person whose name you've never heard of before just like comes into a server and just starts owning everybody, you're just like, well, who the fuck would alias?
All right, fair enough.
So then, yeah, so I just got like shaded out of the community. So I'm very against like banning people from games and like excluding them. I'll talk shit to you all day, but I'm never gonna like ban you from a server.
Right.
Like that's like that's what I do. It's like I'll talk shit, I'll try to rile you up, and I'll try to like make you like get heated and motivated to like play a game against me. But like I'm never for like kick banning anybody as a joke or anything along those lines.
Because of that,
like muting people and stuff like that. Yeah, it's because it happened to me and it's fucked up.
Yeah.
It like mentally so fucked me up, and it like that's how school shooters are made. Is like
the social exclusion for what you feel is unjustified.
So angry at everyone else for just making you like not be able to do what you like doing. It's just like that exclusion. It's just like I've said some fucked up shit to people because of like these instances happening, and like I understand that mentality of like don't do this to people because this is like how fucked up shit happens.
Right.
And then yeah, after that the game kind of just like died out for me. I just like kept playing like Quake Live, World of Warcraft, just random shit.
What about the game itself? Like, what happened to the prize pools that they were promised at the start?
So there was a couple French tournaments, like ESL, like hosted like a tournament like once a year, something like that. And then there was some North American community effort to like try to keep a tournament going, and nothing like really stuck. ESL like kind of like threw like $50 weekly tournaments or something like that.
Right.
So like there was some stuff like that. Curse was like at the end of North American, so like the Shootmania launch event. After that, it was like it was like weekly tournaments that were like $100 a piece. And then the game just kind of like died out. And like in the middle of it, it's like Firefall is like a thing. There's a video I think that somebody made about why Firefall is such a piece of shit. They announced $1 million tournament, then it just never happened. But I remember people like playing Firefall competitively, and that game was actually like kind of fun.
Do you think there's still space in the market for a game like that to potentially thrive? Something with like such a high skill ceiling, or like skill floor even.
Ooh, what kind of game?
Like Shootmania or like Quake, honestly.
Dude, people hate being bad at games.
Yeah.
That's like the thing that I've witnessed is like the mentality before was you're bad with your friends. And then like as soon as the online culture came, it's like I only like playing games that I'm good at. I don't like being bad even with my friends. Is like that's like what created the rift of I only want to play popular games that I'm allowed to like feel like I'm good at or feel like I'm in a skill ceiling at. Because like that's what people didn't realize until online games came out, is like how good people actually are at games. Like it's one of those things. I didn't understand how good people are at Melee. I played Melee in like 2004 4 or 5, like at that time when competitive Melee was like starting.
Yeah.
I played at a card shop.
You thought you were
And
the best player in the world.
Well, I thought that people were like good. I knew like people who could beat me, but they were using like, day one fundamentals kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like they were using like, no, there was no wave dashing. There was no such thing as like hacks dashing. There was no thing as like,
right.
Like that shit didn't exist when I was playing. Like I was playing Sheik and just dash attacking and forward airing. That was like the only thing I did. That was like my shit. And then like in 2009, I would say, I played at a card shop where somebody brought a CRT and was playing Smash, and I sat down thinking, okay, how much different could it have gotten? And I got fucking wave shined to the point of unbelief and just got shit on. I got 4-stocked immediately by just some fucking kid, and I was like, holy shit. I was like, this is not fun. And I was like that as well. I was like really resilient of like learning Melee for a really long time. And then just like the online thing happened around when Overwatch happened. I had some friends who were just like, yeah, let's all learn how to play Melee together. I'm like, okay.
This was on NetPlay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I learned how to play Smash mainly on NetPlay. So can a game like Shoot Mania exist again and be successful? I'm gonna go with no.
Yeah, I think the gaming culture has shifted from that point in time.
The gaming culture has shifted that you need to allow players to feel like they're goated out of their mind, even though they're just like shit.
What about a game like Quake? Do you think with correct implementation, like casualizing game modes, it could have a potential success to get people into the genre? Or is it...
So Domination was the most I've ever seen people play Quake. Like when Quake came out first on Steam, and they had casual game modes that people were playing consistently. Domination was like one of the big ones. I remember seeing like 3 or 4 like full Domination servers, and that was like the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. Like consistently going, and I was able to always get on and like play Domination, and it was like one of the most casual things. It's like playing warm up in Diabolical. It's like you can always find enough people to play warm up in Diabolical.
Right.
If you open up Diabolical and you click warm up, it's like there's a very high percentile chance that you're always going to be playing with people. Like it might be the same names pretty consistently, but people like enjoyed it. Like people enjoy it, and it's like really brainless, and it's really good, and it's really fun, and like I think warm up is like one of the best game modes in Diabolical that really bridges the gap between good players and bad players. Because nobody gives a shit if you win or lose. It's just like you're just in there aiming at each other and having the time of your life. And that's what Domination was, is like that with an objective.
Okay. So you think it's possible, but it has to be done in a very different way. Like you don't think Diabolical is doing enough to bridge that casual gap?
Yeah, so like the thing that people who like Quake like about Quake is the difficulty challenges that are presented to you in the game while you're playing the game. TDM is a hard fucking game in Quake. TDM is intense because it's like there's weapon dropping, the weapon timers are 30 seconds, you got to set up for quad, you're just being an MG god 90% of the game. It's just like in normal Quake, you never use the machine gun. You always look at it as like a shit weapon. In TDM, it's like your most used gun that you fight people with.
Right.
So it's like it's hard, and it's so hard because of how much you die and like the potential of you getting just fucked because of your positioning, and it's hard, and it's hard to like show that to people and just be like, doesn't this look fun?
Yeah. Like no one wants to sit around using an MG the whole game. It just feels bad.
When you're good at it, or like when you're good and you're trying to learn it. So like me, I never played TDM until after Diabolical went out of the first beta phase. And then the Quake players, so like Ray, Zorak, Ballin, all of them played TDM on Quake Live all the time.
Right.
So I just started jumping into those TDM games. I was like, never played TDM before, so I'm going to be really bad. There's like, you'll figure it out. And eventually I did. I had to play a Zorak one time, and I was fucking throwing. Like, I had the game of my life before, then I played Zorak, and I just fucking threw and shit the bed. And I felt this hostility coming from Zorak of just like, this man hates my soul right now because I'm throwing in a pub. Like,
playing with him.
Yeah, I was with him.
Oh man, that would break my heart too.
Yeah, no, devastated. It's like I like putting that guy down. I love Zorak War. Been a fan of him since I started watching him play. So that's where I feel like people just need to like want to get good, but it's not a common mentality because of how games have been made recently.
Exactly.
It's like you're just good from playing the game. Like, you're just gonna get a sense of feeling good, and like skill-based matchmaking is another thing. You know my opinion about that.
Yeah, go into that a little
like,
bit.
So skill-based matchmaking, I dislike because you never feel progression.
Yeah.
Unless if it's a shown ranking. Like, if you see your progression and what your rank is in a high rank player difference between a low rank player, there's like a power aspect that's really there's like a power aspect that makes it very appealing to play a game. And you can only have that without skill-based matchmaking.
So that feeling of like I'm better than these people now.
Yeah, just being insane.
Yeah, I agree. That feeling of like I'm better than everyone else in the server, there's nothing quite like it. And with SBMM, it's just like not possible.
Yeah, there was a Quake clan called Bots, best on the server. Demix was in that clan. I loved looking at that clan name. Bots, best on the server. I loved it.
That's actually great.
But I felt that recently with Valorant. Like, that's what happened to me. I was playing Valorant Deathmatch. I won like 4 games in a row, like going 40 and 15 or something like that. And then like I logged off, came back on, played like some more, and I got just like
demolished.
Well, I didn't get demolished. I got like middle of the pack though. I wasn't destroying people. I was getting like, these people were hitting some insanity shots on me. And I was just like, this is insane. What the fuck happened? So like, I can only assume that Valorant definitely has skill-based matchmaking in their deathmatch servers, so that like your bronze player just doesn't want to kill themselves.
Yeah.
So that's like when I experienced it the most, and I'm just like, what's the fucking point? It's like, this isn't even fun. I don't like being middle of the pack, like owning people. It's like, I'm good enough to like own 90% of the general public. It's like, why is it that I'm only playing with the top 10% players?
So what about the players that are just getting into the game? Where's the entry level point? Like, should they be getting to stomp to understand their point on the ladder, or do you think it's important to have some place for them to feel like they can compete?
So this is a discussion that I had with Brick and Zorak about me with dueling. So Brick is under the impression of you should get shit on by good players until you get better, because all that's going to do is make you like more resilient and like treating losing as a more learning experience. And I think and I don't know if Zorak also like applies this to me, but I remember having this conversation with him. But I think I'm one of those people I think you should skill up progressively by like, you play against equal skill players until you get better and then work your way up the ladder. That's how I think learning should be, is you play against equal skill until you get better.
Right.
But I've been on the other side of the fence where, I got shit on by one of my friends, like Street Fighter 4. That's how I learned how to play Street Fighter 4. Was one of my friends is like top 3 in Colorado at Street Fighter 4. It just fucking destroyed me. Like, as still to this day will destroy me at Street Fighter. And I just keep playing the game with him. But I think that's more because I like him as a person. Not I like getting shit stomped by him. If you bring anonymity to me getting shit stomped, that's when I get like, well, this isn't fun.
Right.
So that's like the one thing is when you are trying to get good at a game, when it comes to anonymity, you want to play equal skill opponents. And then when it comes to like personably, I don't know how to say this word, to make it like personal. whatever.
Personable.
Yes. If you want to make it personable, try to find, like, if you're friends with somebody who's an owner at a game, I feel like losing to somebody who you are friends with is a better way to like learn how to get really fast.
I agree.
But you have to be like friends with them because like they're it's in one of those mentalities of like raise your opponents up kind of thing, or like raise your competition up. So it's like if your friend is the one that's shit stomping you, it's a lot easier to get better at a game because you're just like you're enjoying the losing process because you're playing with your friend.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's some people who can lose against their friend and still feel jaded about it, and I don't know how you fix those people. It's like you.
And I think
basically
there's
need,
some people who will lose against randoms and still feel like there's like a ladder to climb in that sense too.
Oh yeah, anybody who I have the utmost respect of anybody who can play matchmaking, take a big fat L and still hit that queue up button,
Yeah.
and just like reset their mentality.
Right.
But Buds is that player.
Who?
Buds is that guy. He was an Overwatch player. He didn't get picked up by Overwatch League, and then, Sag. He's really good at Valorant though, or he was really good at Valorant, and nobody ever wanted to play with him. I don't know why.
Damn.
That's another story. I don't talk to him much anymore. But he is that person. When I watch his stream, and I just watch this man get shit on in a Valorant game, in a high-rated Valorant game, and he's just like, shit, next queue. Just over and over again. You could play like 15 games a day, and I'm just like, that's disgusting. And I knew if I had that mentality, I would be like the greatest player of all time.
Do you think it's something that's like trainable?
Yeah, maybe like you just desensitize yourself to like losing, but that's a process that's insane. Or like just like knowing that your losses are not fully, like being able to convince yourself is like,
it's like a learning
well,
experience.
the reason that we lost wasn't necessarily my fault. Hopefully this next queue, like I play the same and like a win occurs, it's because I'm doing things right. That's why I think like the big difference is. But I have noticed that the games that I'm very okay with like losing in consistently, and I'm like and like the only thing that losing does to me is make me want to play them again to like be able to try to beat them. Like Melee is one of those games for me. It's like when I lose a Melee, I will want to keep playing until I feel okay, now I'm getting too fucked. It's like no, I'm not. Like now this is turning into not fun. So I play. Yeah, I like telling the story when I played against a top 100 player named Red who just like completely destroyed me with like 5 different characters.
Was he the
it's like,
VGBC
guy? Maybe it's Red with 2 Ds.
Yeah,
I think he's
a Fox player.
Fox or Falco? I think he's Fox. He just shit on me with like 5 different characters and it wasn't even close. And like it's when I just like admitted defeat, I was like, all right, this man is just like way too good, and I have to like. There's things I need to learn, but there's like things I like watch him do, and I was just like, wow, everything just lines up for him. It's just like, yeah, it looks easy on his aspect because he's just like setting everything up correctly. I feel like that's how like I play. I can apply that to like some things that I do, where it's like when I play Diabolical, it's like I try to make the game easy for me.
Yeah, I do feel like watching it doesn't look that hard, but you just so consistently are doing damage that it adds up over time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like everything that you do like isn't hard, but it's like getting to the place where the game doesn't become hard.
Right.
Is like that's the hard part. Is like putting yourself in the easy scenarios.
So how did you develop this skill in FPS with like relatively small amount of hours? Like, has it been an aspect of competition of like wanting to be better than other people, or did you have this like self-induced motivation?
So I am a watcher. I am a professional spectator, as you could say. So the way that I learn that I feel that I learn is through replication and blending. So I like to watch how certain people play, and then I try to copy exactly what that person can do. And then I like doing that with multiple different people. and then blending it, and then taking what I like from every different kind of thing and making it what I'm playing. So like kind of like the rock, the amalgamation of everyone else. The most notable way that I use that mindset that I've started realizing is card games. Card games is where I apply that logic the most. Is like when I pick a deck that I want to play, I look at like 14 different lists of the deck, and I like pick and pull like certain things I like about the deck, and then I combine it into my deck list. And I feel like my deck list is unique because I like try to focus on what I think is core and what is base, and I just use that. So I don't try to like add as much splash or like fancy things. I stick to more of like the consistencies. So when I try to like learn things, I watch people do it. So like Valorant, for instance, like I'll watch videos of how people like play certain scenarios, and then I try to replicate that scenario and try to play it as well. So things that I look for are when people play certain things, I try to look for like how they approach like a situation that's being presented to them. And 90% of the times when it comes to like FPS games, it's like what sound cues do they hear that make them do X? And that's like mostly what it comes down to. It's like they hear something, they see somebody do something, they get a call out for something, and they respond with what?
Right. Okay. So it's all about like learning the decision-making process of better players, trying to figure out why they do the things they do. And I feel like a lot of people will watch like a lot of pro games, but very few people will try to understand the decision-making process behind like what's happening. And that's something you've really mastered, is that ability to absorb information through watching. So that's your primary way of doing improvement then. What about like the mechanical skill that comes from like FPSs?
So, man, that's a decently good question. I guess like Quake just kind of molded that one. I remember getting so upset that I couldn't like LG or anything like that, and then just one day everything just clicked. I don't know why. It's just like tracking just like kind of clicked for me a little bit. Whereas just, oh, well, if I just do this, it feels like more correct. It's like being able to like focus on a target is like one thing to do. It's like I normally like focus on what my opponent's doing. I don't focus on what I myself is doing, because I just let myself. I just like trained apparently my muscle memory or something. There's something about me where I just like see what my opponent does, and I just have position, like I just have how I'm positioned or like what weapon I have out or anything along those lines, and I just move and do the things to like beat what I think they're trying to do.
I think something that's interesting about the way that you play FPSs that a lot of us don't do is that you so often think more about what the opponent is doing than yourself. Like a lot of us tunnel vision on like aiming the LG or like aiming your rails or whatever, but you are always focused on like how are they hitting me, like what's going through their head, how can I exploit that. Yeah,
and that's because some other Quake boomer told me it's just like, hey, you don't gotta hit as much LG if they don't hit you.
Oh, that's good shit. So it's really all about this process of like trial and error, like self-review, and just continuing to practice over time.
Yeah, and actually it's like a very competitive consistency of focusing on what your opponent does and reacting to it.
Yeah, I agree. And like pretty much every game, it's applicable.
I think I linked a video of apparently in 2018, one of the Capcom tournaments for Street Fighter had Tobii eye trackers on their setups, and they would show where people were looking at on their screen. It's always opponents.
Yeah.
Always just like they look at their opponents, their meter, their health, like their opponent's health, their meter, like that. Like their eyes are focused on what their opponent's doing, and they just subconsciously know like where they're at, like position wise, and like what button they need to press compared to like what they see on their screen. A really like interesting game to play to like really test this is there's a fighting game called Footsies. It is the best fighting game of 2020. It is a three button fighter where you need to hit someone and confirm it. and then that's how you score a point. And it is the best fighting game.
That's crazy.
Because that's what it's called in fighting game. It's called footsies.
Yeah.
Is like, there's no jumping. It's just left, right. So it's just positional, and then you hit the button.
Damn. Reminds me a little bit of a like dive kick. Like
it's like dive kick, but a better game. Fundamentally, like footsies, because footsies is just all fundamentals. That's all the game is.
Right.
But it's a very, 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 very good example of focus on what your opponent's doing, not what you're doing.
Right. So
and fighting games also kind of like enforce that as well.
Is this something you always did, or was it a gradual process to start focusing more on your opponents as you became more comfortable with these games? Because I tell myself often, like, you know, take some time, think about what the opponent is doing, but like in the midst of it, I have a difficult time.
So what's funny with newer games is time to kill is so big that opponent reaction is less and less of a skill that you need to learn.
Really? What do you mean time to kill is so big? Like it's so short?
So like if you look at like, in my opinion, like Call of Duty and Apex and stuff like that, I think like how your opponent is going to like play certain situations is based on like sound cues, and then you got to like set up for an angle that they potentially could peek you from. But the time to kill is so quick that after that fight occurs, you don't have like
you don't have that like fighting game interaction of like reading movements.
So like fighting games like normally comes down to like frame data and like stuff like that. It'll come down to the frames and like how your reactions normally occur. But I feel there's less of a punishment for making the wrong decision in things like fighting games and things like Diabolical and Quake than there would be in Apex, in Call of Duty, and Counter-Strike. Because when you make a wrong decision in Counter-Strike, it's not really a learning lesson as much when you get fucked up, because you could just always, because it can always just come down to just like he's just a gamer and just fuck. You know what I mean? It's just like people peek bad angles all the time and just hit the shot.
Right.
So I feel like in those high time to kill games, like that fundamental of watching what your opponent does goes away more and more.
Yeah, I think that's definitely fair, and that's a huge reason that I enjoy high time to kill games that I guess I haven't really thought about too much. Is like you can't play your opponent quite as much in these 1v1 scenarios. But the way you explained it is really eye-opening. But unfortunately, it's just the way that games are going these days. It's crazy that you also throw Apex in that category with CS and what's it called? Call of Duty, even though it's like the highest modern time to kill like popular shooter.
Yeah, but it's still
so short. Yeah, it's still so fast.
Like one clip can like normally fuck you up.
True.
And there's merit to those games. Those games are more tactical, positional, and then just like there's the RNG of how the gun works.
Yeah.
That's like how S&D normally goes. Is like you set up something and then you execute it, and then you just hope everything goes Gucci. Because it's like the flow chart from like, okay, this player dies, so what do we all have to do? And it's like, so this, and then like, so then that part stops, and then we have to do all of this. And, you know what I mean? It's just like the flow chart of like tactical games gets intense, like after you do a setup. And it's even worse if like, and applying that to pub logic as well is even more of a nightmare.
Hey, it's Blind Light in the chat.
Fucking Blind Light. I want to know if you released his arena map that has the different dimensions.
Different dimensions?
Yeah, it's like two maps on top of each other, and there's portals that go in between the maps. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah. Dude, that's sick. But it sounds like a nightmare to play. It's released under the name Animal and Aim Arena.
I'll have to go look it up. That has to be different. Or that has to be new, because I haven't seen it. I've only seen Warp Island.
I'm gonna make a Minecraft thing with overworld nether? Okay, that sounds amazing. If it plays well. Can you talk to us a little bit about your strange aim theories that you brought up? Specifically, you mentioned that you... the cone and the pizza slice. No, just the slice. The slice theory.
Oh, are you talking like slice a rocket or something like that?
Yeah, yeah.
Dude, the way that I like think about things is when I like. Okay, do you know the movie Wanted?
I do.
So how I
With a
move
curve the
my
bullet?
mouse when I shoot rockets is like it feels like a curve, like how you would think you would curve a bullet in Wanted. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Like when
yeah.
the guy's like sitting in the fucking range, just like swinging the gun and stuff like that. That's how I move my mouse when I shoot rockets. Cause like I like look at it, like I try to like not calculate, but I try to like think of the trajectory of like where they're gonna land,
Hmm.
and then like my mouse is looking up at them like while they're falling, and then when I like determine, I was like, all right, this person's landing here, I'll fucking just swing my goddamn mouse in like a wanted style of where they're gonna land, and I just call, and it just feels like I'm slicing a rocket just like straight to where they're landing.
How strange.
I don't know why I think like that,
Yeah,
but that's just like
Is there
it's
any
just like
benefit, or it's just
that's how
like it
that's
feels cool?
that's just the how the movement feels for me doing that. It's just like how it feels when I do it,
Hmm.
and it just makes sense to me most of the time.
Okay, what about the cone theory?
And then the cone theory. Okay, so like in tracking, so when you're when you're close to somebody and close tracking, and you go left and right, if you look at like how their field of view is, if you visualize field of view, it comes out like a cone, right?
Okay, the cone
that make
is the small end is coming from them.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So the closer you are to the small and the longer strafes you make, the more you make that cone move. But like what you want to aim for is to like make that fucking thing like have to vibrate for them to like track you. Cuz that's hard as shit to do.
True. True. So why wouldn't fast strafes all the time be what you're looking for? If you're looking just for like the vibrate.
Cuz there's movement. So like if you were playing Kovacs where those people don't fucking move,
Right.
fast strafes are shitty. But if you add movement onto fast strafes, then it becomes like way easier. You
Like,
know what I mean?
You mirror
So it's
them.
like, yeah, like you can
Okay.
just like, because like how it goes is like you want a long strafe most of the time. How I try to like tell people how to position myself, and I learned this by playing a 1v1 against Eczema, was how he would fuck me up is he would pin me to a wall so that like he's playing with like a 180 degree and I'm playing on a straight line.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does that make sense? Like
Yeah, I
he's
get
playing
you.
on like a half circle and I'm playing on a straight line and I'm getting fucked up because of it. So like every single time I play him, I have to like constantly think about it's like don't get fucking half circled.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that's what I'm trying to like avoid happening to me is getting like into that half circle position, but it's also like what I try to force onto people now. And that's boomer tactics.
You love
This
it.
is-
You love it.
Yeah. This is things that Zoomers don't think about. They just try to fucking aim you, and then you're just sitting
Exactly.
there.
They're
making
trying to
it
play
hard.
Kovacs.
Yeah, I'm trying to play Quake, and they're trying to play Kovacs. But that's like how I think you should try to like think about it. Is that's another thing. When you're losing, look at what your opponent's doing to you, and just try to do that to your opponent, because it's just like you. The way that I look at things is like, hey, this is the shittiest angle in the world I've ever tried to shoot somebody at. And then, like, try to just do that to your opponent.
Yeah. Okay.
Because
Okay.
then you're making them just, like, try to hit this shitty angle.
What about when it comes to like strafe patterns? You try to like emulate those as well. See what they're doing. Download their style.
So like, in Quake, I felt like strafing in Quake was like a ride the lightning kind of feel. Because, okay, so, like, how knockback worked on Quake LG, which I didn't know this. There's no knockback on LG if you run directly straight at somebody LGing.
In Diabolical?
Yes. No, in Quake. In Quake and
Oh,
Diabolical.
okay, okay.
Diabolical, it's more apparent. Because, so the difference is all the knockback occurs when you hit them at angles.
Huh.
So, like, if they're coming at you at, like, a front angle, and they're, like, trying to, like, make that, that half circle around you, like, work on that cone kind of, like, process, work
Yeah.
on the bend, it's, like, that's when you receive a lot of pushback.
Gotcha.
So how it worked when you did LG fights and Quake Live is I felt like when you got LG'd and you'd get pushed, you can like feel where the push is pushing you, and you just try to like slide off of it or like wax off of it like every time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's cool.
Where like you try to get the movement so that you're just waxing off the LG, and so that they're just like start to miss you, and then when they try to readjust is when you need to like use more movement to like try to like throw off the readjustment.
God, there's so many intricacies to just like putting your crosshair on the opponent. I love it.
It's like a feel thing of like how you do those fights, because your movement is so important to it that like how you need to determine how you move is huge, because if you are just, there's only so many times where you could just press AD as fast as you possibly can till somebody just puts their crosshair straight ahead and you're just going to strafe into it 1,000 times. It's like, then what do you do? You know, it's like, so then you got to work your way from there. It's like, okay, so what if we go really far and then he tries to compensate there and then I go really fast?
Yeah,
and
any more? Go ahead.
Like, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, and it's just like at the time, like when you're getting fucked up, it's like that's what you got to think about, is like how to quit getting fucked up. It's like hit sounds and like how your screen like interacts when you get hit is something that makes me do that. It just helps me react with like my movement, and that doesn't really apply in team games. Keep that in mind. This is like 1v1 LG fights that rarely occur. So like Shaft Arena is not the most practical thing in the world. It only applies to like Aim Arena, because in real games you're just drilling people from behind, like 90% of the time.
Do you have any other crazy aim theories that have helped you out through your diabolical career, or other games too?
I'm trying to think, because I don't like really think so much when I aim. I just like think of like what people want to do. I always like try to make people make the wrong decision for me. So I try to play reactionary.
Right.
So like when it comes to rockets and stuff like that, it's like I'm gonna shoot a rocket at your feet, and then you're gonna think I'm gonna shoot a rocket at your feet again. So I'm gonna let you like jump, and then I'm gonna read that, and then now you're getting directed, and then after you get directed, it's like, did you go high enough to have a trajectory? And it's like, yeah. And it's like, all right, well now I'm gonna shoot you where you're gonna land, and it's gonna be, and you got punished because I like presented a situation to you that you thought I was going to do again, and you got fucked up.
Yeah. Okay. You make them do the misreads. But does that is this all going through your head like actively, or is this something you've done so many times that you're kind of used to applying the same kind of a situation on people?
I think I have. I think like eventually I build a sixth sense of knowing when people want to jump.
Right.
That's like the big thing. It's like you do it so much, or you get presented with the situation so much that you know when people just like want to jump on you. The scariest people to play against are the people that you think want to jump on you and then they don't, and you're like, ah, shit. And that's what insane players do to you. Insane players will like run at you, and then you'll like try to shoot like a rocket, and then sometimes they just like don't jump over it or something along those lines, and then you just get fucked up. Or they try to bait like you switching to LG, and then they'll rush you, or they'll bait like you pulling out a railgun, and as soon as like they as soon as they incept the idea that they want you to pull out a railgun and you do it, and they punish you for it, then you're just like, you know, like, fuck.
I'm in my head. Yeah. Does this also apply, this is kind of unrelated, but does it apply to your like play as Falcon and Melee? Because like Wizrobe kind of had a different style of Falcon that was very like reactionary and read based.
He's tech chase. Yeah, he's reactionary and tech chasey.
Yeah.
I do not think very much when I play Falcon, and I the thing is that I ask people like that. It's like, what goes through your head when you do this? And they just sit there and they're just like, I don't know, man. It's just like my brain turns off and I just do shit.
Is this like top players?
This is my friend who consistently beats me. He's the person that I want to beat a shitload, and I'm getting real close.
Okay.
Getting real close.
Not
After
bad.
fucking years. I think I could finally beat him. But I think the thing that I go for is I just like focus on my tech skill and put myself in scenarios that I am like plus frames in or feel like I'm plus frames in. So like one thing that I do is I really gentleman's everyone as much as I possibly can because I know how to do it fairly consistently.
That's really
So,
what
like,
won you the ditto against Mage, is that you were hitting all the gentlemen's, he was hitting none of them.
Nair, well, he didn't go for him ever. He always went jab jab grab. Jab jab grab, jab jab down tilt is like your beginner's gentleman's. That's like what you do before. And then as soon as you like actually implement real gentlemen's into your game, then you start throwing nairs and knees and stomps, and then you just jab after every single fucking aerial that you do. And then it gets really tilting, especially like Mars players. Mars players hate it when if you get a nair on their shield and go into gentlemen's when they try to grab you. That frustrates like Mars players to the point of unbelief. And then I also am and then where I play dumb, or what I need to work on, is like a lot of like my platform movement and like utilizing other techs like shield drops and stuff like that, getting all that stuff into my game. I played Melee online and I played against a guy who just like was way better than me in the ditto. And he was just fucking me up because his movement was just like everything that he did felt like calculated and intentional, and everything I was doing was just like felt like I got lucky.
Okay.
Where it's like I'm gonna throw out a nair and then he is gonna mess up. And then I'm just like making this like hope you don't mess up. So I'm not playing reactionary, I'm playing proactive, and that's like I know that's not how I like playing. It's like sometimes I know when I need to play proactive, but I just always want to play reactionary. I always want to like have my opponent bait something out and then I block it and then counter it. Like that's what I want to do, but I'm not good enough to know how to do that. So I need to like keep working on how to put myself in those positions.
Is Wizrobe like your Falcon idol then, or do you still prefer S2J. Like the S2J? Yeah, okay.
S2J,
but
he's stylish.
Yeah.
Oh, he's sick.
He is, but that's not your style, though, is it?
It's the most fun style.
Yeah, I can't deny that.
I'll always root for S2J over Wizrobe, and if that mirror ever happens, I'm definitely always S2J. The man's name Smoke 2 Joints. All right, I can't
really
beat that guy. Yeah, that's what it stands for.
I had no clue. No.
Oh man,
I've followed the scene for like 5-6 years. I had no clue that's what it meant.
His name's Smoke 2 Joints, and he'll call you a bitch. Respect it. Also, I like how he plays because he makes you. I feel like I'm also one of those players. Is I make you like. I'm the kind of player that forces you to play fundamentally correct. Because like if you do anything risky or slip up, I'm like a Punisher player. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anything risky that you do, it's like I like playing the punish game.
Let's talk a little bit about peripherals. I know you got a few opinions on that, and that you also you're a fan of like picking up the new stuff that's releasing from time to time.
Yeah, that's why I have a job, honestly, so I can buy infinite might shit on them.
I'm not gonna ask you to go through your full history, but at least talk to me about hard pads, because I know that you have 2 glass pads and you swear by them.
I only have 1 right now.
Oh really? What happened to the other one?
Well, no, I kickstarted for 2 of the big ones, and I haven't gotten them yet. I don't think I get them until December now.
Oh, wow, I didn't realize it was so recent. Damn.
Yeah, no, okay. So when it came to mouse pads, I was, QCK Plus was the first go-to. So it went from like a Magic mouse pad to the QCK Plus.
Magic mouse pad?
Well, no, like a Magic the Gathering. It was a playmat.
Oh, gotcha.
Sorry, Magic the Gathering playmat was like my first mouse pad. So then I moved. So then I got a QCK Plus. Oh, let's see. And I used the QCK Plus forever. Never cleaned it. Pro tip: if you use a cloth pad, clean it every 6 months because it changes everything. And I didn't change mouse pads from a QCK Plus until the Zowie GSR.
Okay.
So it was another quad pad.
Mm-hmm.
One of my friends who played Counter-Strike was like, just buy a GSR. It's the best mouse pad I ever used. I was like, okay. So I bought a GSR and I was like, wow, this is a great mouse pad. And I told everybody else to buy a GSR.
Did you suffer the problem of the coating wearing off and it feels like, mud?
Possibly. I didn't like it. Yeah, it felt like shit eventually.
Okay.
And I was just like, this is insane. And I used that GSR until this year. So like that was a 4-year-old. That was a 4-year-old GSR.
Damn, Jesus Christ! Yeah, it must have been like actual sandpaper.
From 2016 till 2020. And then I just like, maybe I should play new mouse pads. Was this year's like revelation? Was just like, maybe I should try new things. So I link it frequently, the mouse pad spreadsheet that shows like all the fucking mouse pads.
The Hoya?
Yeah. So I looked at that spreadsheet. I bought a G640, a Logitech G640. What? No, I'd never beaten you at duel, Chris, ever in my life, and I'll never beat you at duel because you're fucking better than me.
Damn. But can he do the Casbah jump?
No, he can't do the Casbah jump. And his Marth sucks.
Ooh. Casbah jump is a myth.
I forgot what I was talking about. Oh
Hard
yeah,
pads.
so I bought a Logitech G640, I think is what it is. The Logitech cloth mouse pad with the edges. I went to Best Buy and bought a HyperX mouse pad, which I use at work. And that one's good. If I'm going to tell anybody to buy a cloth pad, I'll tell them to buy that one. I actually
Really?
like that one.
Okay.
More than the Logitech one. I used the Logitech one at the beginning of Valorant beta. So this is like April 7th, somewhere like around there. Around my birthday.
Do you feel like it actually makes a significant difference? Like between the cloth pads, does it affect your aim or is it mostly a feel thing?
So the one thing that I have a problem with is I'm a clincher on my mouse. I press really hard on my mouse.
Mm-hmm.
And on cloth pads, you feel it the most because you just like press into like a pad. So normally your pad is like a little bit thicker.
Mm.
So like you press into a pad, and then when you try to move your mouse, when you try to do micro corrections to the left and right, when you're clinching, it's a lot harder to do. And there's a player named Foe who, when he was playing Counter-Strike, would always try to tell himself to quit clinching. He's like, if you grip your mouse hard, it's like you're doing it wrong, is what he used to always say. It's like if you are in a situation where you're holding your mouse, like you're gripping for dear life on your mouse, it's like you're doing it wrong. And I always like remember him I remember him saying that, and I like always thought about it in the back of my head.
Me too, yeah.
So in cloth pads, yeah, like I'm a clincher, so you press down and it makes micro corrections really hard, and I do that a lot. So my thought process was when I went to a hard pad, or when I thought about getting a hard pad, was like, I wonder if a hard pad is what I've been needing this whole entire time, and I just never did it. So I looked at the spreadsheet and I looked at hard pads. The first thing I wanted to buy was a Glee pad, which the Glee pad was made by this guy who just like made cool glass mouse pads, and it was Papa Smurf and I think Death have one. I think those two people have one. But I learned it was like $300 or something like
Jesus
that. And I was
Christ.
like, out of your fucking mind,
Yeah.
$300 mouse pad.
It's not even like a giant pad, right?
And it was funny that I said that, and then yeah, it's big. It's like the only big glass mouse pad you could buy.
Gotcha.
That somebody else would buy for you. That's like the thing. That's the only like big QCK plus looking like glass mouse pad that you could buy for that. So I knew I wanted to play with a glass mouse pad because Tailspin plays with a glass mouse pad and has been forever.
Really?
And he said it's the best mouse pad. And I remember saying, it's like, there's no fucking way. It's like, that's cooked out of your mind. So I remember him saying that. And so when I was looking at mouse pads, I was between getting a cutting board, a glass cutting board, and the Sky Pad. And what really like put it over the edge for me is when I went to the SkyPad website and it said Toxic used it, and I was like, okay.
Okay. I
Guess
didn't
I'll
realize
get
it was
that
so prevalent actually, like within
I had no
Quake
idea.
players. So
Well, it's not-
hold
not
on,
even-
can we
not-
talk
no,
about the
it's not
cutting
even-
board
not even
theory?
It's not even prevalent by Quake players.
Okay.
No, it's on that spreadsheet, that Hoya spreadsheet.
Yeah.
It suggests one of them is like a glass cutting board.
Really? It's on the spreadsheet?
Yeah, it's on the spreadsheet.
Hold on. Is there any like top players that use a cutting board as a mouse pad?
Who fucking knows?
Dude, I wonder if that's the play. It's probably cheaper, right? So-
oh yeah, it was only like $20. I paid
Damn.
$90 for my SkyPad, and that fucking cutting board's only $20 goddamn dollars.
Interesting. But anyway, talk us through your SkyPad experience.
So I got the SkyPad. I got the G6. So I bought all these mouse pads at the same time. I bought the HyperX mouse pad, I bought the Logitech mouse pad, and I bought the SkyPad all at the same time. So your boy's down like $150 worth of mouse pads right now.
Okay.
I use a Logitech one. So the SkyPad I think like took like 2 weeks to get it. So the Logitech one, the first day I played on it, it was great. And then apparently I'm sweaty or panguified
Shut up. Quiet.
to and it just made the mouse pad like I could tell that I was sweating on this thing like 2 days in.
The glass or the Logitech?
No, on the Logitech.
Oh.
And I was just like, dang, this sucks. And
How did you not notice on your old cloth pads though?
I don't know, man. I probably did, but it wasn't until I got a new mouse pad that like it was apparent. You know what I mean? But it's like, this is new. It was slidey a day ago. Now why can I see my handprint?
Oh no.
So that was my experience with that. That's why I like the HyperX one, because when I use the HyperX one, it didn't absorb like sweat as bad. So it was a little bit better. And then I got the hard pad, and I remember the day I got the hard pad, I like slammed this shit on my desk and I started playing with it, and the first thing I noticed was like it's consistent. It's just a consistent like slide all the time. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing I can do to make the surface not consistent. There's nothing in my power that I'm going to snap this fucking tempered glass. So it's like, the first thing I noticed was like when I did my clenching, that my mouse just like started wiggling, because you know, like when you put that much pressure on it, it's like, and it's on a slippery surface, like you'll just start noticing it goes like, you know what I mean? So like the clenching immediately got punished, and it just like forced me to like not do it as bad, or like I just got used to how it felt, and then I just adjusted. But that was like the one benefit that I saw immediately about using a hard pad, was this problem that I've had since the beginning of time that I've just learned to adjust to is now fixed. And it's now not a problem anymore.
But it wasn't really the fact that the glass pad made it so it was better. It made it obvious when you were doing it that you have to fix it.
Yeah.
Okay. That's still very useful though, because I actually thought about putting like a giant piece of paper on top of my monitor just to like relax to loosen my grip, because I always do it when I panic.
Yeah, because see, like clenching and stuff like that.
Right.
That's like. So like I just come to the realization that I'm not going to ascend past clenching, and that if you just like, you know, get rid of that factor where clenching doesn't become an issue, and you're just allowed to do it naturally, and it doesn't affect like how your mouse is going to move. You're not going to make any like sudden jerks or like anything along those lines. It's just like a very consistency smooth thing. And I noticed an immediate improvement when it came to tracking, because when my brain was like, all right, now we need to move the mouse to the left. And it was just like, and then it felt natural when I just like moved my mouse to the left, because there was no resistance coming back from the mouse pad. And then like after a couple days, like, yeah, I adjusted, and then I just like started noticing improvements because like on top of my game knowledge and like everything that I've like everything that I've learned over playing FPS games for so long, like still applied, but I got rid of this one thing that I felt was potentially holding me back, or just like something I didn't want to learn how to adjust to.
Damn. You've sold me. Honestly, I want to give it a go, but I don't want to spend like $90 on one.
You just got a $100 donation.
Yeah, but I'm gonna put all of that into a mouse pad. That's rough, man.
Yeah, man. Pay for performance.
You're right.
I mean, you can go make your own.
Helios is $20. Glorious Helios.
That one's plastic. Yeah.
Not glass.
The ice pad was probably what you wanted to get, and we both got fucked on that one for it getting sold out immediately. I was gonna buy that and an Aerox 3 to try, and I got neither of those things.
Why? They both sold out?
No, I wanted to buy an Aerox 3 to use on this ice pad, and I only wanted to buy them together, and then the ice pad sold out like as soon as I came out with this idea.
Yeah, okay. Isn't Ice Mat?
Isn't it Ice Mat? Not, yeah, whatever. The Glorious Ice.
Oh, the one that's recent.
Yeah.
I see. Is it actually glass?
Calling it an ice pad. No, it's like glass infused fabric or something along those lines. Apparently, like it's notable that like the glass beads fall off, kind of like the Shindekai.
Yes. Yeah. Have you tried an Artisan before?
No, I haven't tried an Artisan. I know Ballin uses it.
It's supposed to be like the holy grail of cloth pads. But I don't know.
That would make sense. But well, I think this Glorious one's supposed to be competing with the Shindekai. The Hein, I don't know what competes with the Hein right now.
Probably like the Fire or some shit.
And there's also Hein Mid and Hein Soft, and I have no idea what the difference is. I think Rafa uses the Hein Mid, which is like a little bit of a faster surface. That's like what you'll notice with Quake players. It's like faster sensitivity and like faster surfaces.
So, do you think that like the difference in cloth pads is enough to make a significant difference in your play? Or like once you have a surface that tracks reasonably well and doesn't feel like a swamp, that's good enough to allow you to play to your potential?
Consistency, I think, is what you want to aim for. It's like any surface that stays consistent, no matter what it is what you want to try to improve on. And then once you feel like you've done enough improvement to criticize the surface that you're playing on, that's when like you should feel like you would want to adjust.
Okay.
Because that's what I think. I think everybody should play like just raw dog it until you're good enough to recognize, like, point out certain issues. That's why I tell people about Magic. I was like, anybody can win a game of Magic. It's like the difference between like good Magic players and bad Magic players are like the good Magic players know like what they're going to lose to.
Okay.
Or like they can calculate like how like what needs to happen for them to win, or know why they lost. That's what I say. They know exactly. They can tell you to like the turn and the moment, like why they lost. Because that I went to a what was it? A regional. I went to a Magic tournament of some sort with a friend, and it was like the small 32-player tournament. We both top-aided, so it was sick. my friend got to finals, and in game 3, like he ended up losing in finals, and he lost in game 3. And on the car ride home, it was a 2-hour drive. We talked about this game 3 for the whole 2 hours.
Oh my god!
Of like the lines you could take and the situations that you would be expecting for each line that you would have taken, like, and we can replicate this whole game like from memory.
Move?
Yeah,
Holy
like card
shit.
to card, like everything that got played. But that's what happens when you play card games for that long. Is like you can look, you can like look at those plays and like, okay, so you got to play around. This is this. It's like, okay, so if you played this and he played this, It's like, then you played this. It's like, are you ahead? And if you are, like, what's your outs from there? And you're trying to create a list of like the most possible outs to like certain situations that put you in a winning position.
Right. Kind of like chess in that sense. Do you feel like
Yeah,
the RNG?
Well, Magic and chess are like very similar.
Yeah.
People say Magic is chess with luck.
Yeah, I was about to ask about the RNG aspect. Do you think it takes away from TCGs at all?
That's why people play TCGs, in my opinion.
Really?
So-
Because they like that feeling of potentially.
Anybody who plays a competitive TCG and complains about RNG, I hate those people, because it's like, I just tell them all, it's like, just play chess. If you don't want to play with RNG in your game, there is a game for you. It is called chess. Just it's like, if you honestly think if there was no RNG in Magic, you would be a better player, then play chess. Because that's literally what it is. It's like, you'll spend the same amount of time it's like, what you like is you like the thematic, you like the climaxes of the turns that you get to play, and you like that there's an RNG factor. It's like, that's what's part of card games. It's like, that's what you need to accept in the game. If you die to bullshit, you got to understand that's the game you're playing, and if you get upset about it and not do anything about it, you're just a bitch.
So it kind of surprised me that you enjoy both like Magic and Hearthstone, because Hearthstone is very far in that RNG heavy direction.
No, so okay, I don't think so.
Really?
Hearthstone's RNG. Okay, so here's how I used to be that guy. So playing Magic, and watching Hearthstone get played, I used to be the guy that's like, well, Hearthstone's just bullshit. It's just all fucking RNG. It's a fucking dumb game. It's the stupidest thing ever. And then my friend's like, well, how's this guy consistently winning? I think it was Artosis at the time. It's like, he's consistently winning all the tournaments. So after a couple years of me complaining about the same way, Hearthstone's RNG that you would get from normal card games is built inside the cards. That's where they put the RNG. Like, in a 30 card deck, they consistently draw through each one of those cards. Like, and so that consistency matchup can happen every time. But the RNG that is built into the cards is where variance occurs that allows a 90-10 matchup to be winnable. Does that make sense? And that's how it works in Magic. So in Magic, what's great about it is that lands create a variance where a unfavorable matchup can be winnable.
Okay.
And then Hearthstone builds that variance in the cards that they play. They don't build the variance in the deck building and like the actual mechanics.
I see. I don't think I fully understand, but that's okay. I'll take your word for it that it's not a complete RNG fiesta, because I haven't played it, nor have I played Magic. So
RNG is just like a natural enemy of card games, but it's just like where the game builds it in. A game that has very minimal RNG but unfavorable matchups, and the reason is because there's like so much little RNG, is Pokemon TCG.
Is it a proper competitive game?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they play competitive Pokemon TCG. I played in one state's tournament, and then that's it, because I hated their tournament structure. They only gave you like 55 minutes to play a game.
Oh yeah, you got scammed out of that.
Yeah. So I went 2-0-3. I got 3 draws and 2 wins and didn't top it.
That sucks. That's actually so bad.
But what's cool about Pokemon is the consistency of how your deck runs is like almost 100%. Like, you can always set up certain scenarios every single game that you play. It's just the order that you do it in is like what determines like a better skilled player or not. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
And prizes kind of throw like a little bit of RNG. That's like kind of where some of their RNG goes. But that game is full of what's called tutors, which lets you like search your deck for a certain card, and so many draw effects that you could do on a single turn, that Pokemon's RNG is like minimal to none, and that you can consistently do the same game plan every single time.
Right. That's kind of cool, actually. I didn't know that about that game.
But there is like matchups that are unwinnable.
Okay. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
So the deck that I decide to play is always just like what has 50-50 against everything, because that's what I want.
Right. let's talk a little bit more about TCGs then. Which ones have you played and put time into? Like, have you tried Yu-Gi-Oh?
Let me hold on. I'm gonna pee real quick, and then I'll talk about this. Hold on a second.
I said that we would get to his like grand list of games that he's played throughout his life. I don't know anymore because he's got a lot of times in MMOs, fighting games, TCGs, shooters. Like it's gonna be a long list. But while we got some time, please hop in, play some board games. We're probably gonna do like 1 or 2 more. I don't want this stream to go too far over 3 hours today, but I do appreciate you guys stopping by, listening to our conversation. He's got a lot of good stories. I feel like we could probably bring him on like 3 more times, and he would still talk for the full 3 hours. Greensky, how to get good at Scribble? I think he's got like fundamentals in chess. I did want to ask him about like which games that he didn't find interesting, right? Because he tells me that he dips into a lot of different genres as just like a spectator. Like today he was watching the Valorant Pro games, right? But I do know that he didn't care for like Rocket League at all for whatever reason, because it's a pretty similar skill ceiling to, well, like there's like creativity and like expression in the way that people play, kind of similar to like how Melee is done, but he still doesn't find it compelling. I feel like I'd rather play a TCG in which a matchup may be unwinnable, but I can rest assured that the loss or win is because of my strat, not RNG. I kind of feel the same way, because I do think that excessive RNG is just a pain. But like mitigating RNG is a skill, I suppose, in and of itself, mostly in like the deck building sides of things.
Are you talking about that question that's TCG in which a matchup may be unwinnable?
Yeah.
People deck build around that in formats like Modern. Modern MTG is a format that has such an expansive what's meta. It has such a big meta that there's people who do deck building who just say, I'm going to lose to these 3 decks, and there's nothing I can do about it. I just gotta pray I don't run into them. And then everything else I'm 60-40 against.
Okay. All right, let's go through your TCG history a little bit then. I'm not gonna say let's go through all of them, but like pick the ones that stand out in your mind as like missed potential, or like this went wrong, or like I wish more people played this.
Okay, so I first got into TCGs with Pokemon TCG like everybody else that was born in my era. So I played Pokemon when it first came out, and then I think I played that till maybe like 2nd or 3rd grade or something like that. So it was like from kindergarten to like 2nd grade.
So you're one of the few kids that actually learned how to play the game?
Yes.
Okay.
And I was terrible at it too. I remember I cheated at the Toys R Us tournaments that I went to all the time.
Oh my god. Why? And how? Did
like
people just not know
playing like Blastoise without playing, Squirtle and War Turtle first, like just skipping evolution and stuff like that. And I did that in Yu-Gi-Oh too, because I played it like the show.
Wait, did people like not realize?
I mean, when you put enough 6-year-olds in a room playing a fucking card game,
that's
it's
fair.
Like, rules are going to be missed.
Yeah.
So then I didn't play anything, and then I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh when I think it was like the last day of 4th grade. Like some fucking kid brought Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and I was like, "Whoa, what's this?" And then like over the summer, like Yu-Gi-Oh became like the thing. And then I think like that 4th, 5th grade time, or 5th grade or something along those lines, card games or like Yu-Gi-Oh was like the thing to play at my school. And so I played a lot of that. And then where my life turned to degeneracy of how I got into competitiveness was I went to a card shop here. It was called Coliseum Gaming. Doesn't exist anymore. And that's where I got exposed to literally everything. And that's where I also played Yu-Gi-Oh and learned that that people like being good at Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just like you play against these people and you're just like, why can I never beat them? And I remember the first exposure I had to like playing a deck that had synergy was Zombies. When I looked it up on TCG Player, or was it Pojo? I think the website was called Pojo something. I looked it up. I saw a Zombies list, I looked at the list and I was like, I can make that deck.
So you net
And then
decked.
I did. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I still to this day.
Really?
I just net deck things and I just play it because I don't like putting in. There's certain times where I'll put in the effort to like tune a deck, but I always take base decisions off of net decking.
That's actually shocking to me because I feel like such a core
snapshotting
element of enjoying TCGs is like thinking about potential synergies, thinking about like how you could build around something.
Those are deck builders. Those people sometimes don't like really win tournaments as often as you would think, but they come up with the ideas for the players who are mechanically really good to win tournaments.
Okay, I actually didn't know that was a dynamic that existed.
A good example of that was a 2000, Pro Tour Berlin, which was 2008, which was extended format. Somebody figured out that glimpse of nature with a bunch of fucking elves could go infinite with like mana and card draw and just kill you that way.
Okay.
And like only like 4 or 5 people figured it out or something like that. And then a lot of those decks like day 2'd and topped and it ended up winning the tournament. The finals was elves versus elves. It was green white versus green black. So the person playing green white used a card that makes him like gain a shitload of life, because if their opponent goes off in the mirror, or if you go off, you just like gain a shitload of life. And then the guy who won, which was Luis Scott Vargas, he's a notable figure.
Okay.
He was playing black to play a card called Thoughtseize. And so he was more favored in the matchup because he was like using a card called Thoughtseize, which makes you look at your opponent's hand and discard a card. So like he was just gaining perfect knowledge and taking away combo pieces, while his opponent was trying to like make his combo more resilient. So that's a very interesting, take on deck builders versus like mechanically skilled players.
Right.
They normally don't blend together most of the time. It's a lot of people like let people figure out like what works, and then they take that and they tune it to how they want to play it.
Right. Okay. That's an interesting dynamic. Yeah, I never knew that it existed. Always assumed there was an overlap. So you went to play Yu-Gi-Oh! What was after that?
So after Yu-Gi-Oh! While playing Yu-Gi-Oh! There was like a small Duel Masters phase.
Did you compete like nationally or something?
In I just like went to the card shop, and if the card shop ever held a tournament for anything, that's normally like when I'd want to participate. There was what made me want to like kind of get into Magic. I remember showing up when Magic tournaments were happening, and I was just the shitty Yu-Gi-Oh kid and a group of like high schoolers that were all playing Magic. And they were all playing, and they were playing for college money. Because like they had a tournament that if you win, you got like $10,000 in scholarship.
Shit. Yo, that's actually pretty good.
Pokemon does that as well, or they used to. I think they give you real money now, but they used to be scholarship money for playing Pokemon, like amongst the little kids.
Damn.
Yeah, card games are like a really good way to get free money for college at that time.
I had no idea that was a thing.
And then on top of that, Magic was the game that actually gave you money for being good at. It's like another thing. It's like they actually use, because they're not Japanese, who hate that. So let's see.
So how do you feel about Yu-Gi-Oh nowadays?
Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh is terrible. Like, in my opinion, I think it's a terrible game right now.
No.
Compared to when I was playing it, compared to what people were playing now, and also when I tried to play in a Nationals format when it was ABC Dragon and Metal Foes was the meta I played in, and I played ABC Dragon. That meta was toxic, but it was bearable. And then they just made it worse with Zodiacs, and then they made it even worse with Link Monsters, and then they made it even worse with changing the rules where Link Monsters were the only thing that let you get extra deck summons to Link Monsters don't matter, and they just get bonus to extra, like they just get bonuses. So like you don't need a Link Monster to extra deck summon something. Because there's like an extra deck zone. So like if you want to summon in your main monster zones, you can, but you also have like this extra deck. The board of Yu-Gi-Oh has changed drastically since I like started playing the game.
Did you just put something down angrily to say that?
Yes, my thumb drive.
Okay.
Because I'm using my hands to express myself.
Yeah.
Which TCGs are generally the most expensive to be competitive? Yu-Gi-Oh is pretty fucking bad. Yu-Gi-Oh, I think when I was playing, there was a card called Minerva, which at the time was only a prize card, and it was $2,000, and it made the Lightsworn deck like infinitely better than every other deck. Or you could just play it just naturally in like a bunch of other shells. But yeah, that was funny. There's like decks that win with Minerva and decks that don't is what that meta like turned into. But the card was $2,000.
Jesus
so,
Christ.
Like, to even get a hold of one of those like was not real. And there's been multiple times in Yu-Gi-Oh history where it was like that. Dark Arm Dragon was another thing, and Necros was another format that had like a $300+ card that you needed like a 3 of to be competitive.
That's ridiculous. Wow.
So Yu-Gi-Oh is probably the most toxic. Magic you can normally squeak by with like $150 or $200 deck 90% of the time, and that's like not the most expensive if you know like what you're paying for packs and stuff like that. Like $100 deck is like on the cheap end. But then the older the format goes, the more expensive your deck becomes.
All right, from Yu-Gi-Oh, where to?
So after Yu-Gi-Oh, the most prominent one I can think of, outside of like playing like one-off games, like I played Duel Masters in like a local tournament. I used to play this game called Warlord, which doesn't exist anymore, which was a really nifty game. There's people who played L5R, but I never played. That's Legends of the Five Rings, and I never played that game until late in my career. But I saw people playing it. Warcraft TCG, I think, would be next.
Jesus Christ. After we get out of the normie ones, I have never heard of any of these.
So Warcraft TCG was cool. I played Hunter Aggro, I think, and then I played Shadow Priest in a 2v2 tournament, and then that was like I think where I ended my World of Warcraft career. And that card game is really good. I know how to play it. I know how to play a shitload of card games actually, but I know I did play that one, and then after that I like quit playing card games for like a little bit. It felt like it was forever, but it was probably only for like a couple months. And then my friend messaged me to go to another card shop to play Magic, and then it was all downhill from there. So that was 2008 is when I started playing Magic.
So that's when you finally took the plunge. What was the time you were at like the college tournament for Magic and you were the Yu-Gi-Oh kid?
So
in 2006?
I'm trying to think of like the newest set that came out before I quit, because I went to a regionals in Yu-Gi-Oh when I was like a kid. I think I was like in middle school, and then after that I think I like started playing less and less Yu-Gi-Oh. What set came out? It was like the first one with the fake god card, so it was probably like 2007 is when I think I started like I quit like playing Yu-Gi-Oh a lot. And then I think I played Warcraft TCG, which was like either 2007 2008, and then I played Magic after I quit playing, and I felt like there was a lull in between each of those games, even though it was like a 2-year base, but I feel like there was like a big lull in between those games for me. And then after Magic, I played a lot of Magic, and I remember I showed up one time and I wanted to play Yu-Gi-Oh again, because there was like people, because they played Yu-Gi-Oh before they played Magic at the card shop that I went to. So I remember I went to the card shop and I played Yu-Gi-Oh, and I remember my friend walked in and saw me playing Yu-Gi-Oh and looked at me with these like disgusted eyes. And just like I was just like, it's not that bad. It's like, it's not that bad. And I was playing Yu-Gi-Oh online, I think at home as well.
So was it actually bad at that point, or were they just being elitist?
Well, Magic players like don't like Yu-Gi-Oh players. It's like the game is like Like Magic's like hard. Well, it's hard to say like what's harder. It's like different. It's like Yu-Gi-Oh requires like a shitload of knowledge because every card is legal, and Magic requires like a lot more of like decision making. That's I think like where the rift settles. And then after Magic, I don't think I played. Where does Pokemon fall here? I think Pokemon falls like I think Pokemon is like mechanically you can play easier than Yu-Gi-Oh. But I feel like the meta and how it's played at like a higher level is about the same, like on par or maybe a little bit less than like competitive Yu-Gi-Oh players.
Are there any games that kind of got the cold shoulder that you thought were really good? Like Artifact, didn't you have like fond opinions of that despite it failing horribly?
Yeah, I liked Artifact. Artifact was the thinking man's game, and that's not good for the public.
Yeah, it's like
People
the Quake of TCGs.
Hate fucking thinking. Artifact was a very good game with an insanely good UI, and it fell apart because the game was too hard. But I thought it was really fun, and it was hard to follow. It was also like a very hard game to follow because how the game was set up was like 3 boards. So like when I was watching tournaments, I had the mental capacity and like, you know, the knowledge and stuff like that to like keep track of what's happening on 3 boards.
But that's only because
like,
you played it so much.
Yeah. Well, it's not because I played Artifact a lot. I actually didn't play Artifact that much. I watched it a lot.
Gotcha.
And I just like apply classic card game fundamentals to it.
Okay, yeah.
My friend was the one that played. We made fun of him because they're like, it's insane you have 100 hours on Artifact. But the game was just like really hard because there were so much things you had to keep up with and like keep note of, and then like what's the best play. But when me and my how I would play Artifact was me and my friend would get in a Discord call. This is how I love playing card games. And my friends stream the card game, and then I'm just like the spectator who's screaming at their computer screen of like how somebody should play the game. But I get to do that, and they actually get to hear me. So then it's just an argument fest is basically what it boils down to, is 2 people like combined trying to like come solve a puzzle. That's what card games are to me, is like solving a puzzle.
That's pretty fun, honestly.
Yeah, it's competitive problem solving.
Anything else on that list? Underrated TCGs?
So let's see. So I really liked a game called Prismata. I thought it was one of the best card games digital-wise because of how much they shifted the mold, and it never caught steam. Prismata was one of the sickest card games ever, and it's so fun to play with other people, and you can only make that game harder for you to make it more interesting. Because like, okay, so what Prismata was is the RTS card game, and you could set yes, it's like playing an RTS in turn-based. That's how the game played.
Okay.
And what was cool is you can hotkey every motion you could do in Prismata, and you could set the time restraint so that you only have like so much time in a turn. So you could turn the game into literally this fucking RTS card game where you have to micro or I guess it'd be macro. You have to macro shit like crazy.
That actually sounds sick.
You can get Octane if you look up. There's tournaments where they only get 5-second turns, and it's insane how fast they can like deploy units and like attack with certain things and make all the decision making that they do. So Prismata I really put up there as like a really cool game. I wish the Guild Wars 2 card game caught on. It was a fan project that was made in Tabletop Maker that was really well done, and that was like really interesting. The Dragon Ball Super card game, which I am a 2-time state champion.
Okay. Just gotta throw that in there real quick.
They had a states tournament, and then they had this Easter tournament that I also won one of those. I would have been a 3-time state champ if somebody didn't fucking sabotage my brainwaves. I wanted to play a different deck, so I won a tournament, and then I went to this next tournament, which was the same thing but at a different card shop. And I was like, I'm going to play this different deck. And somebody's like, well, you already won the last one. Just play the same thing. And I'm like,
oh, no.
No. I'm like, I didn't want to do that. But I was like, okay. And I regret it. I still regret it to this day.
That would have been number 3.
If I would have
time.
If I would have played the deck I wanted to play, I would have won all the games I lost.
Of course. Easy.
And that was
just blame the person.
That was a Dragon Ball Super card game. And I think that game at the I had a depression lull during that game, and I just hated everything, and I hated what they were doing with the game, because there was like a point of the game that I was like, this is perfect, build off of this, and then when they printed, it was set 3 is when the game got ruined. And I was very upset about it.
Were you in the majority of people who held that opinion?
Potentially, I don't know. I felt like people who played that game were like not very good at card games.
Okay.
But kind of like slid by, or even better, they had like really good decision-making skills, but they couldn't explain why they had really good decision-making skills. That was like the one thing I didn't like about dealing with people in the Dragon Ball Super community, was I would talk to them. I was just like, okay, so this is like my opinion about like why I think this deck's really good, or like why you should play this card over this card, and everyone's like, yeah, but this draws you cards, so it must be good. And I was just like, well, no, so here's what you need. I got into this really long argument about this one card in this one deck with a bunch of people, and I tried to use as much information as possible to prove myself right, and I felt like it just didn't stick with anything.
You're the 2-time champion. How did they not listen to you?
Well, I was in a shit state winning states.
Oh, okay.
I think the first states tournament I won, I think only like 14 people showed up, and the second one I won 36 or 40 people showed up. So that one was actually a little bit harder to win. And that's sad, because like states tournaments that I'm used to like Magic states tournaments where you'd show up to a high school and there'd be like 200 people there, like in a high school cafeteria playing Magic. And that was like, that's my idea of like how cool states could be. And then it just got brought down to like, here's 14 people that decided to show up for this thing that we have a prize kit for. But I do have 2 playmats that say champion.
Is that all you got? You got a playmat? Do you also get
that's what people play for. When Japanese card games, you play for product.
Damn.
Money is never involved in Japanese card games. It's always product. It's American card games where money's involved. Then after that, I played another game called Universes Now. But when I played it, it was called UFS. And I played that game for, I think, 2 weeks, and then went to a tournament, and I got second, losing to my friend. And that was my first tournament ever for that game.
Damn, that's actually impressive.
Yeah, that's learning a whole new game, a meta, and building a deck, and piloting the deck, and playing in a tournament like 2 weeks after, and getting second place against my friend. And I should have won, by the way. The only reason I lost was...
Here we go again.
The only reason I lost was because I didn't know I could do something.
Really? You didn't know the rules
Yes.
well enough?
Well, no. Okay, so... there's a card that's played that was called Fatality. This is from the Mortal Kombat set. It's a bunch of fighting games that are turned into card games. That's what UFS is.
Okay.
Or like thematic things. Now they got into anime. That's why the name changed. So, there's this card called Fatality, and then when you played it, it dealt no damage, and it was allowed to do no damage, ever. And then after it connects, you turn it into momentum, and then his whole deck focused around momentum. I play a card that allows him to not move cards from his play area to anywhere else. So what I needed to do was block it, but it doesn't do damage. So I just assumed it could never be blocked because there's never a time in my life I've seen it blocked. So I didn't know you could block it. And if I blocked it, because I had the card in my hand to counter the strategy. If I would have blocked the card, I would have won the game. Because his hand was all aggressive gas and not defensive, and my hand was also aggressive, but I had the defense I needed, and that one card, which was enough defense for him to just like his turn would just get nullified, and then I would have went to my turn and then just did my shit and probably have won the game.
All right.
So I lost because I didn't know I could do something.
Was there something on the line? Product?
Yeah, a plane ticket.
Oh wait, hold on. What?
Yeah, it was a $650 I think voucher to go to Vegas to play in Worlds.
What the heck?
Yeah.
How did he do in the Worlds?
I don't know how he did. It was his first PCS he won, or it was his first turn. It was his first that kind of event he won. Like the community in that game was pretty tight. Like it's like the same 30-something people that show up to all these tournaments.
Right.
So it's like me coming in and making plenty of misplays and tilting people who've never met me before and just beating them at their own card game that they've been playing. And it's cool because in that game, when you win tournaments, you get a card made after you.
What?
Yeah.
Hold on, that's actually really cool.
Yeah, so they have some like cool promotional things for winning big events.
And this is a physical card game?
Yeah.
Bro, that's actually nice.
Yeah, they just went into anime, so I don't know if it's been blowing up more. I haven't played it. I was actually going to message a friend to either play it to see if I could play card games either tonight or tomorrow, because I just want to try playing them again. Oh, and I only like playing card games in paper. I hate online card games.
Really? Would you stomach it if you really wanted to play?
Yeah, I was like that with Legends of Runeterra. I think that game's really good. If you want to talk about digital card games, I think Legends of Runeterra right now is the best digital card game by almost a long shot.
Really? But not even MTG Arena?
Hearthstone's in a good state right now. I think Standard in Magic is the worst it's ever been.
Oh no. Damn. All right, before we move on from this subject, are there any card games that you would either recommend to a new person to pick up, or any ones that are like on the horizon that you're interested in?
So I've been getting really into contained like board game card games.
Okay.
There is a game called Epic, the card game, that is made by a company called White Wizard Games that I highly suggest. It's like Magic Light, but the thing that's neat about it is there's no like booster pack kind of like RNG shit. It's just like when you buy an expansion, you just buy more cards to add to your collection. And I think the card drafts really well. I think the game drafts really well. That's the variant I like playing the most of it is their draft. So that's like one I really suggest. And then they also make another one called Sorcerer, which I thought was like a pretty neat game. But the game, I think, when it comes to card games, I don't know. I'm trying to get into a game called Flesh and Blood, which is starting to like make its rounds in the physical card game scene. And a big distributor just like started promoting it, so I'm like curious about it.
All right. The question I wanted to get to a long time ago, but we kind of avoided, was like your history with games, or like random skill-based games as a whole. Right, like our list here. But I do have a few questions I do want to ask you about, like, have you put time into certain games? Like one of them, you have put time into chess, right?
A little bit. So when I got my first job as an IT contractor, I worked at a place that had YouTube and nothing else. So like Netflix I think YouTube and Netflix was the two things I was allowed to watch at the job. And I do IT, so like my work is like pretty fluctuant. When you do help desk, it's like sometimes shit doesn't break, sometimes everything breaks.
Right.
But most of the time, if everybody does their job correctly, I don't have to do anything. So with that downtime, I like kind of just like this is also how I got like this is at the same time I was playing UFS, the card game. I was like, well, this is like a good time I could teach myself how to play chess, because it's like I have a friend.
Okay.
Well, yeah, it's like I have a friend who plays chess, and then the person who ran Magic at my card shop was, I think, a Nebraska state champ at some time
Ooh.
when he was like in high school. So like I was not highly rated at chess. I'm fucking trash. Like I can see like puzzle lines, but I am not good at the game. I probably play it like an 800 to 1,000 player. But I think I have the potential, as if I like actually sat and studied it. If I like actually sat and studied it, I think I can almost be close to. If I'm gonna be overconfident, my goal was to be 1,800.
Ooh.
Was like where I wanted to be.
Okay. Have you played Mahjong?
I have not played Mahjong. I don't know shit about it other than like when you play those shitty computer games that are called Mahjong and you just click tiles that look the same.
What about poker?
I have played a decent amount of poker.
Really?
I have some very cooked reasonings on why I think you should like do half bets and like double the pot bets and stuff like that on certain hands. So I'm definitely not a theorist of poker, but I will play it. Magic players play poker a lot, so I've definitely thrown some money down on some poker games that I have not seen.
All right, let's get into the long list then of games that you have played competitively, like just like a scrim or some sort of competition as a whole.
Okay, so games I've competed in, and this is all titles.
Yeah.
This is all titles? Okay. Yeah. And you can stop and ask how I got into it.
Sure.
Okay. So the first one's Yu-Gi-Oh! I did regionals. I've done a couple regionals. And then when I got back into Yu-Gi-Oh!, I tried to qualify for nationals in one shot by doing well enough at a regionals. I think you had to like top 32. And I was one game short.
Oof.
And I fucking got owned. I had to win one in like 2 games. So I had 2 different matches to win a game or to win a match. And I just got fucked. Both of them. And I was pissed. So Yu-Gi-Oh! Is definitely one of those. I would say Duel Masters. I think it's kind of cheating, even though I did have a plaque that said finalist for a Duel Masters event.
That's good enough. We'll take that.
And I want a box. Warcraft TCG. I played in pre-releases. That's like where I thrived most, was pre-releases for card games.
When people are all figuring things out.
No, it's when stores host an event to promote a new set of a card game coming out, is when I like thrived. It's like the only time I played Magic. I won like 7 pre-releases in a row. Because I would just go there and fucking just be the best sealed player I could be in a format that nobody knew shit about.
Yeah.
And then like the next day I would play in like the morning tournament and I'd just get fucked because everybody just knows, like, they try one thing and it doesn't work and then they try to go to the next thing and it's just like, oh, this works. And I just always lost in those variants. It only took a day. So let's see, Duel Masters, Warcraft TCG, I definitely played in locals, and Magic, I definitely played regionals, Grand Prix.
What about like PC games?
I'm trying to think of like the first PC game. Okay, so like Counter-Strike, I've definitely scrimmed in.
Right. You start with CSS.
Yeah, that's Counter-Strike Source. 1.6, I've scrimmed in. 1.6. Okay, so the Shoot Mania people decided to play an ESEA pickup game one time in 1.6, and it was on Nuke, and I was opping, and I was bottom B, and I no-scoped through the floor from B up to a guy in heaven, and it was a called shot too.
What
I was like,
the heck?
I'm gonna look up, shoot this shot, and it's gonna hit somebody. And sure enough, it just killed someone.
Jesus Christ!
And it was the sickest thing I've ever done in my life. Not recorded. So all anecdotal. You just gotta trust. Roka was there. He
Roka?
probably doesn't. Yeah, because
Wow.
Roka hung out all the time.
Is there anyone else we might know?
Trying to think of like who would be the most notable. Tailspin's like fairly noticeable. Cool Matt 69. He played Firefall. That's when I first knew about him. I definitely have played CS:GO. Okay. So let's see. Counter-Strike Soares 1.6.
COD 4?
Quake Live. I have played COD 4 scrims. I have played a TF2 pickup game.
Close enough. We'll take pugs as well, competitive pugs.
I played with, I think, like Alec and Shrugger. I don't remember who was all in the game. Let's see. I played COD 4 pugs. Have I played a COD 2 pug? I don't remember if I have.
COD 2, Jesus. Was that game good? I know nothing about CODs before number 4.
COD 2 was sick, in my opinion. There was no sprinting. Imagine COD with no sprinting.
Huh.
It's interesting.
I think Banny came was like a COD 2 player as well. He's like the TF2 goat. But anyway, continue.
Crossfire I played scrims in, and I think I played in a tournament for. Oh shit, dude. Getting into free-to-play fucking games is gonna drive me insane of what I played.
Combat Arms, AVA, right?
I didn't play Combat Arms.
You didn't?
Well, okay. I downloaded it and played it, but I never competed in it.
Oh.
Same thing with AVA. I never competed in it.
Really? But you were still aware of like Skadoodle and Wicked.
Well, yeah, because they played Soldier Front 2 is when I first learned about those guys.
Soldier Front 2.
Yes, that game was sick.
I've never heard of that in my life.
Yeah, they played Soldier Front 2 because that was the game to play to get a trip to Korea.
What?
Yeah.
Dude,
yeah,
there's so much like weird esports history.
Those free-to-play FPS games, you played those competitively to get free trips to like China, Korea, and Japan to go play in like the final tournaments.
Wow.
Let's see. I scrimmed Soldier Front 2, and that was after Shoot Mania, or that was like with Shoot Mania people. Have I played any RTSs? No, not competitively.
I thought you played StarCraft.
I had played StarCraft, but I was never good at the game. My friend was like a diamond. So when the ranking system first came out, I think diamond was the highest you can get. It was before Master Grandmaster, and he was a diamond player. I think when Master Grandmaster came out, I think he was able to get to Masters. And that's the only person I had to practice against, and he was not a good teacher.
He just decimated you repeatedly?
Yeah. He just fucked me up.
What's up, Float?
I think I played a loadout scrim at one point in my life. It was the hardest fucking thing to set up a scrim for. And I remember we just decimated. So like wasn't even like fun. I played offensive combat. I played the only MLG offensive combat tournament. Or the first. I don't think it was the only. It was the first.
So the theme with all the games that you ever get into is either it just came out, I want to give it a try, or my friends are into it.
That's exactly what happens. It's like a new game comes out, somebody's like, hey, I want to try this, and I'm always the person that's like, all right, I'll try it. I am your man's. If you like say it's like, hey, let's play this new shitty game that just came out, and I'm gonna be the first person, it's like, yes. It's like, this is our thing. I remember after losing Quake Champions, so in 2017 I played in the Quake Champions to qualify to go to California, and then you have to play in that tournament to go to QuakeCon for the $1 million ordeal. So we lost the qualifying match to go to California, and right after that one of my teammates was like, well, I have some friends that maybe want to play Paladin, so I'm like, I'm fucking down to play Paladin. Just like some shit game. It's like, I'm down to fucking play Paladins. I played Tribes, but I don't think I ever scrimmed Tribes. I definitely have scrimmed Overwatch. Because I jumped on the hype train for that game.
Right.
Too late, too. I didn't play during beta, and I hated myself. for not doing that. And then I also changed my name, my tag, because I didn't want to go by Goonsky anymore. I wanted to go by my first name because I was always embarrassed showing my card game friends clips of me, and they always had to ask, which one's you? I'm like, ugh, these fucking people. So I changed my name to Cody. So I played as like Cody for like a lot of up until Diabolical came out. I was a big Cody Jayer. Firefall, I definitely have scrimmed in. And if anybody knows what Firefall is, that's insane.
You mentioned it like 4 times earlier. There's someone's listed up.
I need to go through my Steam library just to make sure I don't miss anything. Dirty Bomb. So let's see, Xenotic. I'm pretty sure I played in a tournament, like a small tournament for Xenotic. Nexus, I definitely played in a tournament for.
It's probably a bunch more like obscure AFPSs you gave a shot.
Not really. UT2K4, UT2K4, I didn't play in any tournament. UT4, I didn't play in any tournament. I dabbled, but I haven't played. Battalion 1944, I played in. I played with Wicked and Synced and promptly got cut from their team because I'm shit. Black Ops 2, I definitely have scrimmed in.
Wow.
Modern Warfare 2, I definitely played competitive. At the beginning of Modern Warfare 2, when it came out on PC, I definitely scrimmed and competed in that game, and I was a fucking owner. I was the 16-year-old that you were scared of. I'm trying to think of other games that I've scrimmed in. I'm looking through my Steam list right now to see if there's anything that's just like popping out immediately.
Did you play Reflex?
I don't think I played any tournaments, but I definitely did dabble in that game. Like, I didn't like playing in like duel tournaments. I like playing in team tournaments a lot more because like duel is not. I hate. Like I like duel. I like watching duel, but like playing duel is different from me watching duel because like I can watch people do things and know why they do them. But when I get put in those shoes of like how to play duel, my brain just shuts off. I'm just stupid. Ooh, I definitely did play this game. I think Iron Sight. Ooh, shitty free to play FPS games. I love them. I love them all. Black Squad was like another one I think I played. Yeah, let's write that one down. I don't know if I played any Heroes of New Earth or League of Legends tournaments in my life. I think I like always dodged them because I just like never wanted to sit down and get good, and I never had enough. I never had like a consistent 5-stack. I remember the first time I played 5's Q in League of Legends. I was just a singed top laner, and he was busted. So like you could just be stupid, and it was still easy.
Yeah, did you play Dota?
I played Dota 2 a little bit when it came out, but not like like under 50 games.
Let's talk a little about rhythm games, like because you probably didn't compete, but I'm sure you put a little bit of time into some, right?
So I didn't get into rhythm games until at the card shop. One of my friends was playing. Everything stems from the card shop.
That's crazy. I've never been to a card shop in my life.
Oh man, you got to find the right one. It's like if it smells bad and there's just like 18 nerds all doing different things, it's like that's what you want because it's like, especially if you're the kind of person who likes dabbling, like me, where it's like, I want to try this. So it's like if everybody's doing like something, then I'm just gonna try it eventually. So rhythm games. So the first time I've been exposed to a rhythm game, other than Guitar Hero, of course, which I think the best I got at Guitar Hero was I could beat My Name is Jonas on Expert and just beat it, not FC it, not get insane at it. I was able to do My Name is Jonas, and I really like the guitar part in it where you had to do the lift off shit, and like high school me was insane at being fascinated by that and being terrible. So Elite Beat Agents, I think, was the first like rhythm game that I got exposed to that I played a lot of.
Really?
So I played.
But you didn't
yeah,
play
I played
O's,
it.
Well,
right?
I tried Get You Loose.
No, I didn't learn about Osu until like CS:GO times. I think like 2012 or something like that. And the only game I played, or the only song I played on it, was "Your World Is Mine" by Hatsune Miku.
Okay, a classic.
And I think that's the only song I ever played on it. I never
Why?
downloaded like anything else.
Well, you just kept playing that one, or you played it once and quit?
Yeah, I just like played it like once or twice, and like just would keep trying to like beat my old score, and then just go play Counter-Strike afterwards.
Damn.
That was the only thing I ever did.
Why?
I don't know.
If you like the
Why?
Elite Beat Agents, I thought it's pretty much naturally like
Yeah,
O's
but
as
I
well.
liked it. I liked it because it was on the DS though, mainly. I didn't like clicking on my mouse and stuff like that.
What if you were a tablet player?
So if I knew about the tablet play like before my friend would judge me forever for playing Osu, then it might have been a different story. You never know. I
You
might have just been the Os legend that nobody ever saw. But I learned about tablet play in like 2016, and my friend was trying. So this is why I judge Osu players so badly. So my friend plays In the Groove.
It's a DDR-S game, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so my friend plays In the Groove, and he was trying to fuck this one girl who played Osu.
I thought you meant like be in a tournament for a moment. Okay, I get you.
And then he started playing Osu, and he was like, I'm so disappointed in myself for even attempting this game right now. He just hated Osu players more
Really?
than anything, and he was just trying to get pussy because of it. And I just could feel his dread every time he'd just stand behind this girl playing Osu and just would watch her play it. And he would try to do everything in his power to just be like, how about we play some In the Groove keyboard charts?
Well, I mean, respect the hustle, I guess.
And then eventually, and my favorite thing is he didn't get any, thank God. That bitch was crazy.
Damn.
And I was just like, I can't believe you played Osu for this person. He's like, yeah, that was a mistake. So
Wait, why do you
I
hate it
can't-
so much? I don't get it.
So-
It's not that bad.
So because of him is why I can't take Osu players seriously. It's like the way that Melee players look at Ultimate players. That's like how I think ITG players look at Osu players.
But it's not even like remotely the same.
Oh, of course you're gonna defend it.
I mean, obviously I play a lot of O's, but like Ultimate and Melee, there's an obvious connection between the two. It would be
Dude.
like Pump It Up versus In the Groove. That would make sense. Or Mania
No,
versus
In the
O's.
Groove. No, In the Groove love Pump It Up. Pump It
Oh,
Up's
yeah.
the shit. They love that. But it's like, yeah, they will despise Osu players. I feel
Honestly,
like
O's players are the most hated community within the rhythm games. Because they're just like a bunch of random weebs that think
So-
they're good at video games.
Yeah, so I think like Osu players are like the weebs that don't know how to meme outside of anime, and ITG players are the ones that meme popular songs. Like that's the thing that they do is like like ITG players make me laugh so hard because like they know how to meme the things that are like popular. It's like they're like the kind of person who would say like would make a chart of like every Kanye song put together, and then they would just like play like a marathon for 10 hours. like that's like what an ITG player do, and I feel like what an Osu player would do is make the titties so big on a chart that you can't see the like circles very well. You know, like that's why I think like the idea of like an Osu player meme would be.
That's fair, honestly. You know, as an O's player, I can't even defend us. That's just true. It's probably been done already, honestly.
So I feel like their like Os players idea of like memes is cringe versus like ITG players idea of memes is like how can we make this funny? So like play like there's a playlist of like doing the whole Pendulum Hold Your Color album in one marathon. Like that's cool. And like Max 300 is a meme. It's just like, yeah, but can you do Max 300? Because that was like the first hard song. That was like the first hard song on like DDR or something like that.
I mean, there are a few memes like that. I don't think that it's exclusively weebs. I feel like the vast majority of like bad players who are trying to get into the game are the weebs, but like the top players, they're not quite as subject to that kind of stuff. Like you get people like Rafis, who doesn't care at all about anime and just does his Polish memes.
But that applies to a lot of things, though. That's the thing. Like Magic players is like a very good instance of that. I don't like telling people that I play Magic because when you say Magic, the first thing that goes through your mind is sweaty, smelly, card shop, can't dress right, and like the dude that wow, what is it called? What's the football player's name? Fuck, why can't I think of it? Played for the Broncos, Tim Tebow.
Okay.
He Tebowed all the fucking butt cracks at the
oh yeah, that one.
at the Grand Prix and got banned from Magic for doing that.
Yeah.
So when I say Magic player, that's what people assume is, you know, sweaty fucking nerds that do that. But when you look at Magic players at the highest level, they are like really smart individual people. Like they're like one of my friends is a lawyer. One of my friends is like basically a street hustler. Like this man is like a word, like a word fucking, I don't know like a wordsmith. I don't know how to say it.
Yeah, okay.
He's smooth. He's a very smart guy. But yeah, a lot of lawyers, a lot of scientists, a lot of fucking computer programmers. It's like my friend's like a history major, the one that I like grew up playing card games with. He's just like a history major that also likes card games, and he's like really good.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. It's like a very similar appeal to chess with all like the logical thinking and such. But
yeah. But the public appeal is cringe.
True. You
But
can't disrespect the game for the stereotype.
Yeah, I know, but the game is so good.
What is that true for us too? You know, you're stereotyping the weebs.
Through the cringe.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, but when you bring up like a fucking O stream, it's just anime girls every time. There's no good representation of look at this professional setting OS thing. And it's just like anime titties, and then just like some people hitting circles.
Yeah. I mean, you watched the OWC earlier.
Yeah. It's just anime girls and hitting circles, and two people going like, "Wow, almost FC'd. Oh no, the break."
Okay, yeah, I will say that the majority of commentators are really bad, and like the person who's doing the map pulling was telling me like, yeah, the majority of people just like say what's happening on screen. It's like the most vapid commentary ever. Like you're not adding anything. But I'm kind of the same way, to be honest.
When you show like Magic Pro Tours, like actually present themselves very professionally and stuff like that, the commentators that they get are on the like equal levels, like what a poker commentary would be like, and that's very presentable to a general public. So like if you show like general public like competitive Magic the Gathering, it's like, look at how professional this can look. And you know, like some people like take it a little bit more seriously. One thing I need to like work on, like me socially, that I realize is how to present my hobbies to the layman to make it sound interesting for them. Like they would want to like be interested in that kind of thing, and I don't know how to do that. I'm always like ashamed of like the things that I do when I talk to people. Is like, yeah, I really like Beyonce and Ariana Grande, and I'm just like, oh, I really like strafe jumping autistically for hours. So like that's like one thing I need to work on socially, because I've like ran into that situation. I like came back from cashing a Grand Prix. I got top 64 at a 1,000-person Magic tournament.
Damn.
And I'm drinking with people. It's like, oh, what'd you do over the weekend? I'm like, nothing. Played some card games. Because I didn't want to tell this person. It's like, yeah, I do some nerd shit.
I feel you. I mean, like, you gotta embrace who you are, I suppose. But like having conversation that's not just like, yeah, let me talk about my obscure hobbies that you don't care about. Definitely understandable.
So like how deep I get into rhythm games though was ITG. I downloaded ITG on my computer, only played on top of I've actually played ITG on a machine, like on a DDR machine at the card shop.
They have one?
Yeah, they had one. Like
What?
some people bought like a DDR machine to hook up in the Groove to and needed somewhere to put it. So they asked the card game people if they could put it there and just pay for the electricity cost that it did. They're like, okay. So they did that.
That's a sweet deal, honestly.
Yeah. Well, they were gonna also try to. The card shop made terrible financial decisions. They were gonna try to monetize it, and it was never going to stick.
The ITG?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
It was bad. So like I played ITG on that, but mainly the only things I ever really fucked with was I played ITG, and I only played the Sexuality Violation pack, which is pop songs with like basic pad charts, and I'd only play that on keyboard, and that's as good as I got at it. I played through, and how I got good at it, so how I went from like nothing to being able to slightly read a pad chart, was I played the original DDR songs on keyboard. Keep this in mind, so it was cringe. I played all the old DDR songs until I could play Max 300, and then I moved on to like actual packs. I remember when I beat Max 300, I was so proud of myself for like 30 minutes. And I was just like, I can't believe I did this on a pad, like on a keyboard.
Why just 30 minutes? After that, it faded?
I mean, like it. When you bring it up to somebody who's like super good, and they're just like, "Yeah, that's like nothing though." It's like you have so much more to get better at.
Right. What about your success in getting a 160 in Domination in Mario Party?
Ooh, 160 in Domination was quite a long journey. So that got inspired because I saw Ludwig do it.
Yeah.
Of course. So I saw Ludwig do it, and I was like, I could do that.
That's how I felt when I watched you. I'm like, I could do that, but I still haven't tried. I don't have a GameCube controller.
And then I downloaded Mario Party, and I tried it, and I was like, oh, this is intense. I was just like, this is like exhausting to do as well, because I can only do it like if I do it once, the second time is like way worse, and I think you just got to work on technique. But I was like doing that like when I was playing World of Warcraft, like on the side. I would just like be bored, and I was like, see how good we can do with Domination. And that like went on for like, I would do it like, maybe it felt like once a week, maybe like once or twice a month, because I could never convince anybody to play Mario Party with me until there was enough lull in classic WoW to convince enough WoW players to just be like, hey, are you bored too? Do you want to play children's party games? And then that's how me playing Mario Party more happened. And then eventually, yeah, I just like kept practicing at it, and I was just like, when I hit that 160 during that Aimerian tournament, that was like a pretty happy moment for me, because I was like, it took a while, even though I didn't do it like consistently. I didn't like practice it very often.
Right.
I was still like trying to do it, and then when I actually like did it, I was like, dang, that felt really good. And now I'm trying to do it better and more consistently is what I'm trying to do now. It's like I'm trying to like figure out better like methods to do mashing on. And that's like what I'm obsessing over, or not obsessing, but it's like what I'm trying to figure out.
Right. So where does your motivation to improve generally come from? Is it that competition?
Shitting on my friends.
Yeah, I know that you say that whenever you get into a game with other people, it's like, I just want to beat this person. And when I beat you in TF2 repeatedly, you're like, don't worry, give me 2 weeks and this won't happen anymore. This is a very common trend.
Yeah, I like losing to people and then coming back and destroying them.
I feel like I'll stick with TF2. Like I'll continue to beat you in Scout v Soldier for at least a few months.
You think months?
I think like, I don't think you're gonna try that hard, right?
I think if I find the right person to.
Okay, yeah. If you have a practice partner who's better than me, he'll probably beat me pretty quick.
I was so close to asking like Alec, just be like, I need you to play me in Scout v Soldier a bunch. I'm real close to it, and I don't know what he played. I think he plays scout.
He was a
so I
scout
don't know.
player, yeah.
I think he was a scout, and I think he like sided on like roaming.
Probably. That's pretty common. I think he played for Team Solo Uber, but I don't know what else he played for.
He changed his name. His name's just Tim on Steam. It used to be like some Octane thing.
So Alex not his real name?
No. He
What?
changes it. He changes his name all the time.
Yeah, but
He changes his name on Steam. That's what I'm saying on Steam because
Okay.
he was on. Okay, yeah, he had a tag called R5th. I don't even know what that is. I don't know if you're I don't even know if you're keeping up with it.
our fifth?
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I saw him, so I just assumed
I don't think he
was
plays that
playing on,
game
like,
anymore. Right?
No, he was playing. He was
What?
playing TF. Yeah, he was playing TF2 a little bit ago.
I'm shocked. Man, like, Pugs, or is he actually playing in like RGL?
He might just be playing Pugs.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know.
the
He might just be
typical
playing
thing to
Pugs
do.
or like 10 or like 12 mans or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. That's what all the retirees do. Like Muma comes back to the game just to play against some old comp players, take cool
But that-
shots.
That's what I like doing. I like being in that
Hi,
position.
you Pengu 8
'Cause that's
months
like
now, huh?
I feel like that's where like
You know, for that money,
like,
I could have gotten like 6
a lot of
Overwatch
Quake
accounts.
players like to be. Is like
That
they just like
reminds
that.
me.
those
Overwatch when
8-mans,
spa
and
walk,
just, like,
smug
doing that for
Overwatch when
hours, 'cause
spa
that's, like, what
walk,
we used to
smug
all do.
Overwatch when spa
It's
walk,
like that's what
smug
Quake
Twitch
was. It's
dot.
just like you would join,
TV.
you would recognize like 10 other people,
underscore boy.
and then you would just pick teams and just play.
Hmm.
And that's what I still to this day like doing.
Yeah, that was really common in the TF2 community. So
The
doesn't surprise
tournament
me.
aspect's fun, but it's like really annoying when it's just like people sweating instead of just hanging out and just shooting
Yeah.
each other.
Yeah. Okay.
But you also got to add the aspect of just like everybody's fucking goated out of their mind.
Hmm.
So it's like the games are interesting even at like a low level or like a low effort level.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But that's what I enjoy, just like that kind of community instance, and that's what came out of Shoot Mania. Every Shoot Mania game that you would play in a pug, if you were a new player and you joined a server, you were probably playing against tournament players every waking second.
Honestly, that
So
sounds
it's
kind of
just-
sick.
Yeah.
And it was
And
fun to do that in Diabolical, like Wipeout matchmaking too. Like seeing these people, like I recognize you, and then probably losing. But
And
still.
that's always how like Quake was too. Quake and Quake Live was really cool when Rafa was trying to do practice because everybody would join to spectate. So like if you like saw a duel server with like 14 out of 16 slots filled, you knew exactly it's like two good players are playing in there.
Right. Right.
And that was like really cool. There was actually a really cool Twitch channel as well called Quake. Oh man, what was that Twitch channel called? I think it was called Quake Live TV. I'm not 100% sure, but it used to have a bot that would join dual games in progress, and it would stream all the games on this Twitch channel.
Dude.
And it would just automatically do all that. So like you could just always be watching like Quake duels that are happening in Europe and North America, like while they're happening. And if you were playing a Quake duel, and you would see like Quake Live TV join your game as a spectator, that's when you would know that like your game's getting streamed. And it wasn't like the most popular channel in the world, but it was just like this 24/7 thing where like if you wanted to see who's Quake dueling, it's like you could watch Quake duels.
Kind of wish that was a thing. I mean, I'm glad that the top players streamed their like, scrims or whatever they would call it, or their matchmaking. But that's about all I get.
Everyone's pretty transparent with their practice, and for the most part in the Quake community, there's obviously a lot of the people who aren't. I see Goon Champ got mentioned. I'll fucking own that guy.
He asked if you were Goon. I'm not sure if that's specifically Goon Champ or if there's something else like that.
Yeah, I played with Edgy Children. That was our team name.
It was Vigilante and Exist, right?
Yeah, Vigilante exist. I forgot what I was saying. I got put off track with the Goon Champ thing. But I always every single time I get mistaken for him, I always have to like say it's like I can own that guy.
Gotta assert dominance real quick. He's the inferior Goon.
I don't think I've ever played against him. I think he'll shit on me in duel, but that's like everybody. I think Aim Arena. I think I'll own him. I don't think I have that much
All right. Honestly, we missed a few good topics. Like there's some more FPSs. There's some more like ideas that I wanted to talk about. And like MMOs was a genre we completely looked over. That's been a large part of your life. Do you still play any actually right now?
I play World of Warcraft right now. I play
Still?
Classic.
Wow.
I just played Classic on. Well, I've been playing Classic since it came out. I took a 3-month break when Diabolical came out in the first closed beta. Then I played Valorant for a little bit, and then I came back, and then I got really upset that I didn't get gear, and then I thought about quitting again after that, and then I realized I was being a little bitch.
True.
And then I just came back, and I just now I just play. I played Zerg. I saw the What Race in SC2.
Yeah.
I played Zerg. I played.
I kind of want to see you play against Sephi in Melee. He's playing some earlier today. I think you could beat Sephi. It might be close though. He wasn't
Melee. It depends.
He's
It
a
depends on
Falco
like.
player.
It depends on how well he does with tech chasing. I tech chase in Spacey's matchups,
Okay.
and it's boring for.
He's a Falcon player.
Yeah, I tech chase in Spacey's matchup, so I'm one of those. I'll down throw you, and then wave dash into you. So here's what I learned. Here's a fun story of like how I learned this technique. Was I watched a video of, it was like Wizzy, and then this other guy named, I think it was Gravy. It was a bunch of Falcon mains all got in the same room, and just like, yeah.
He knows them.
Yes. Yeah, 20 GX. That was it. And they just like showed, it's like, okay, here's how you play against Spaceys. And it was just like down throw, and then like here's all their options for like after you down throw. And it's like you just got to get it like frame perfect before they like shine you. It's like, so this is when you need to grab, like stuff like that. And after I learned that after you down throw someone, you're supposed to wave dash into them to get your tech chases, is when my game evolved a lot. It's
How long have you played Melee for?
4 years since 2016. And that's like very off and on. Like how it works is I get like inspiration of, I want to get better at playing Melee, so I'll start just like watching like tech videos of how to play characters. And the reason why I picked Falcon, I was originally going to be a Marth main, and the reason why I picked Falcon was I was playing Project M against one of my friends who was playing Game & Watch, and I learned that I could set up down throw into knee, and then I was sold after that. And I was just like, oh, you could just down throw knee people. It's fucking insane. It's like, why wouldn't I play this character? And that's how I choose that's how I choose a lot of my characters, is I find like one busted thing I could do, and I try to set it up all the time. When Mortal Kombat X came out, or when Mortal Kombat 9 and Mortal Kombat X came out, I competed in both of those locally. When Mortal Kombat 9 came out, I played Raiden, and Raiden was busted, and I learned how to do like a 40% combo, and I just learned how to set it up with like pressure. That's all I did. Like that was like my strategy, was fucking teleport behind you, 40% you. That was my only strat. And I just learned how to set that up as much as I possibly could. And then Mortal Kombat 10 came out, and I watched a launch tournament video, and somebody did a 40% combo with Scorpion. And I was like, I'm just going to do that combo and then learn how to set it up. And I got third at the tournament. I got second at the one for Mortal Kombat 9. I fucking owned everybody at Mortal Kombat 9.
Do you enjoy traditional fighters as much as Melee?
Okay, so what's cool about Melee is you get to press a lot of buttons.
Yeah, okay.
And I like pressing a lot of buttons.
Yeah.
And the thing I like about Street Fighter is you have to press buttons at the right time.
Okay, I mean that's generally true with Melee though, right?
Yeah, but there's less of like a footsies game to it.
Okay.
So like blocking in Melee is not as
like targeted.
Yeah, it's like hold a button to block. That was one of my complaints with like Mortal Kombat, is I don't like that there's no cross ups. because I like cross-ups in fighting games a lot.
Mhm.
I think it's like one of my favorite things, and that same thing kind of goes for Melee. There's are some times where you can cross people up and bait grabs. And that's like a thing that you can do, but it's not the same as it feels like, trying to get a really sick setup to get this cross-up that's very hard to block.
Hmm.
But there's merits to both of them, but you can't really tell Street Fighter players that you play Melee because it's just like they just look at it as like a shit party game. There was one of my favorite stories about that is the subreddit r/Kappa like posted a thread that said like, I'm gonna admit it, I actually like Melee as a fighting game. And then anybody who responded to that with like positivity or like said it's like, yeah, I do too. And then they just banned all those people from
Holy
r/Kappa.
shit.
It was just a bait post to ban everybody, and it was really funny. I remember. I don't know.
Was it a joke?
I don't know the legitimacy of the story, but I swear that happened. I feel like that happened somewhere.
That Legion still is like alive and well?
What?
Between
yeah.
like, wow.
One of my friends hates Smash players because they got special treatment to do hand warmers at a fighting game tournament. That's why one of my friends hates Smash players. He's like, they're just sweaty, and all they do is like take up the fucking space to do hand warmers. I played Tekken. Okay, so here's my history with Tekken. I think it was like around my birthday when I was like 7 years old when the PlayStation 2 came out. I bought a PS2 and Tekken Tag. And before that, I played Tekken 2 with a friend in his basement. And then I didn't play a Tekken game until Tekken 6, where I cheesed everybody with Beck. Because Beck had a really neat, like, low that went into a 50-50. The 50-50 is either mid or low. And if you hit him with the mid, it was a launcher, and you could just do big damn from it. And I would cheese everyone on Xbox Live and Tekken 6 doing the fucking... It was either 3 low hits or 2 low hits and a mid that would fuck you up. Like, and that's all I did. I don't know how deep in the ranking system I got because Tekken ranking systems cook out of its mind. It makes no sense to me. But yeah, I fucked some people up. And then I didn't play Tekken 7. I think I saw Tekken Tag Tournament 2 when I went to E3 in 2011. There was an arcade machine with Tekken Tag Tournament 2, and I didn't play that game because it didn't have Beck in it.
That was the one reason you played it?
Yeah, I like Beck. He was my favorite character. I played him in Tekken Tag, and I played him in Tekken 6. Because he was... Okay, and the reason why was when I was looking through the instruction manual for Tekken Tag, it showed everybody's move list, like all their combos and like links and stuff like that.
Right.
And everyone's combo, everyone in that sheet had a star in their move list. And 7-year-old me didn't understand what the star meant. Now I know it means wait a second. Like that's what it meant, is just like wait. And Beck had none of those. He just had a shitload of buttons instead. So I would just sit in training and just, like, and figure out how to do his whole move list in training mode. And then I just did that in arcade mode all the time. And that's like why I played Beck.
All right, we'll end this with a little bit of Q&A. Anyone else have any final questions we want to throw at Goonsky? Again, I'll post his Twitch link here. He doesn't stream that often, but I don't know. You could probably convince him to. It's
so funny that I still have infinitely more stories I can say about anything.
I know, right?
I just need a trigger word that is going to cascade into like...
It's good shit, honestly. It's good shit.
An hour-long story.
What game were you saying the best at? Surely it's like Diabolical or some Quake variant, right?
I definitely don't consider myself good at Diabolical.
What?
Yeah.
Like compared to the best? Like in a team tourney, you do pretty well, you know?
Yeah, so I can tell myself that, but I think I'm a fraud like 90% of the time. I have like because I've only been told that you're not good enough all the time when it came to Quake. You know what I mean?
That's
it's
the
like
Quake
when you
mindset, honestly.
Yeah, I know, but like hearing it, telling it to yourself is different from hearing it from others.
Well, you've been told that before?
I feel like it's kind of like represented to me. There's like people who, okay, so like instances is like people saying it's like, wow, you're actually really good at this game, and then proceed to have an opening on their tournament and never tell me anything.
I see.
So it's just like
So
you
it's
could say
implicit.
that I'm like good at a game, but if you don't think I'm good enough to like be a threat to you, it's like why? You know what I mean? It's like that's why I don't think I'm good. It's because like I compare myself to the people that I play with the most, and I feel like I'm in like a low tier compared to like a lot of the people that I play with.
Does that motivate you to play, like to get better, or is it at this point just something you do for fun?
I think I just do it for fun, but I always tell myself that I just like want to sit down and just like grind it out. But then like I have this weird ADD, I think, is why I play all these fucking different games, because
Right.
it's just like, oh look, it's like new game.
New game. The one that looks
New
like
game.
Fortnite.
Play
You
new
can
game.
Jump off
Yeah.
walls. What's that one called again?
Which one?
The one we were talking about.
Oh,
Yeah, the
the
early
one-
access.
Dude, I don't even remember what that game was called. Yeah,
Damn.
it was like an alpha. I can't. Dude, I looked it up yesterday, and I
Yeah,
can't even tell you what
I
it's
was
called
in
right
VC, and I forgot.
I don't even know what it's called anymore. I got distracted by another game called Super Buckyball Tournament, which is Rocket League in a third-person shooter.
What?
Yeah, it's on Steam.
Rocket
It
League?
wasn't the worst.
So can you actually shoot them? You kill them, or you
yeah,
shoot the ball?
Well, no, you pick up the ball and you shoot the ball.
How strange. Is there like sick movement?
No.
Oh.
Well,
How
I don't
odd.
know. I don't know. You'd have to like look at it. It's
maybe.
it's like it reminds me of like playing Mario Strikers because I like that game. I've been playing that one online a lot too. But what game do I consider myself like insanely good at? Oh man.
MTG, surely.
I think potential wise, it would have to be like MTG. I can see myself like, I think I'm like really close. Of like, I spent a couple months like actually grinding Magic on a consistency basis that I can top a Grand Prix. Like, I feel like I can be good enough to do that. Because one of my friends who I play Magic with, like I can test with him and it's like actually good practice for both me and him.
Right.
And that guy was in the top 24 pro points. Like that guy like made it into the Magic Pro League because he had a really good year.
Yeah, what about the
So
low
it's just
TTK shooters? Interesting that you come from like the CS because it's so different than the games you typically play. Do you still have skill in games like Valorant? And
Yeah,
things like that?
I played Valorant in tournaments.
Okay,
I
okay.
played with so there was a streamer community that I decided to go like infest myself in.
Oh boy.
There's a streamer named I think it's One Night Stands. I do
know him, yeah.
Stands. It's Ludwig's friend.
Yeah.
Or it's Atrioc's friend who's friend. Yeah. So I know him from that, and his Discord hosts a Valorant tournament. So I was in like one of Ludwig's roommates' Discord, and they're like, "Hey, they need people for this draft tournament for Valorant," and I was like, "Okay, I'll go play in that." I think I was like ranked Immortal 1 at the time, and the only other person in there was like Immortal 2.
Okay.
But there was just like some other, Zoomer like players, and then they all decided it's just like, "Hey, do you want to play on a team and like we could play in tournaments for fun?" And I was like, "Sure." And so that's when I got to experience playing games with Zoomers instead of like the people I've been playing, Shootmania with and co.
Yeah.
And that's when I realized it's just like the one thing that holds a lot of new like competitive players back is just like they just need to get over like this frustration and ego. And like as soon as I have that issue still, but I think it's more contained. I think like my ego sits in like a place where it's like I'm competent in things, or I start shit to push myself to be a better player. Kind of like in those instances. But like I feel like I see from a lot of newer players, especially playing in a Valorant tournament, is they have an ego where they think they're, goated out of their mind, and everyone that they watch on Twitch streams, they compare themselves to and say, "I'm better than this person, this person, this person, this person." You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
So they like build this ego of like, well, in this situation, this is where I clutch, so I'm better than Shroud, like stuff like that. And I feel like that kind of ego builds up and it makes it a very toxic person to play with, and they don't learn because they think they're right in every scenario and they think they're the greatest in every scenario. It's like what really creates you to be like a very malleable, worked with gamer is like admitting when you're wrong and finding the teammates that will accept that, that can recognize that when you're wrong and all you want to do is get better at it and like accept you, that like, and also want to build you up to be better. Because like a lot of the mentality is when that ego is teamed with the same ego, as soon as one person says, oh, I fucked up, all they remember is all the times that you fucked up, and they think you're hopeless to fix it. So they'll just cut you.
Is that what happened?
Well, this is what happens in a lot of esports. Is just like I like to call it shade mania, because that's what happened in Shoot Mania. Is people would just get cut out of nowhere for like different prospects, and the teams that play together the most are normally the most successful teams, regardless of how bad of a player an individual is. Teamwork goes a really long ways in a lot of games. The biggest example of that, people say, like, I think Pasha from Virtus Pro was such, like, individually, if you look how he plays, is so shit, but his whole team plays around how shit he plays so well that they just, like, do good. That, like, good things happen from poor decisions because they have so much synergy. Like, I remember Steel, like, saying that. Like, Steel's, like, one of those people that, I kind of trust his opinion of individualism when it comes to Counter-Strike.
I agree.
No, Pasha is good, but, like, okay, so it's like Pasha on the pro scale of things compared to the top 100 players that are all playing on a team. It's like, he falls short on. Like, he's going to be better than any random person you can name. But, like, when it comes to everyone that you can name, is where he's going to, like, fall a little short on.
Or are people saying rip?
I don't know. Probably because he finally had to quit playing the game. I don't know what happened.
It says he's a streamer for Team Liquid now.
Oh.
Sad.
Sad. But yeah, but like that's like a really good example. Is like if you're trying to get good, you gotta accept that you need to play with teammates that you see can identify an issue and fix it. And the only thing that will make you better is consistency of the people who you play with.
So why do you think you did so well with people like Vigilante and Exist, even though it was a pug team?
Well, I just like known them forever.
Oh,
I mean,
okay,
like in general, there's just like, if you just stick to Quake fundamentals when it comes to like team games, I feel like I played the worst out of all of them. I feel like they have like a better grasp of how to play team games a lot better than me, and like individually might be a little bit better than me. But like when it comes down to the meat and potatoes of things, it's literally just like you're both battling each other with a series of fundamentals and communication skills, and that's a base that every esport player has, is communication while playing the game and like being clear, concise about everything that you do. That's a baseline thing that every competitive player is going to have collectively. And even like if you just meld that with two other people who have that same knowledge, it like things just work out.
Right.
Like I can play, so like me playing with Exist and Vig is going to be like no different with me playing with Rafa and Dehang. It's like
everyone says the experience.
Yeah, we're just going to all be communicating, but it's just like, it's the things you don't talk about that you just know your teammates are doing. It's like that synergistic mentality is what puts you ahead of everybody else. It's like somebody being able to recognize your problems, like recognize the problems that the team has collectively and being able to fix them collectively, and the only thing that you like will ever get to that is if you play with the same people consistently.
Right. All right. I need to eat something quite badly, but it was good shit. It was good shit. Great advice in terms of like the gaming sphere, though, especially for people who are trying to, get good at team-based games.
Yeah, I feel like I have a life story of like most questions you can ask about anything when it comes to games, when it comes to like how to learn something or how to like get good at something or how to like solidify to be like good at something. But I never look at myself as like the best at something. If I had to like consider myself of what I was like goated at to the point of unbelief, it would be probably like, man, I can't it's so hard for me to just like say like one thing. The first thing that I was going to say was oh shit, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say some game, and then I remembered that there's like 50 other people who are just infinitely better than me. Like I guess like Nexus when it was in the machinima. I was probably like goated in that one. I don't think a lot of people. There's only one person that can compete with me, and that was my teammate. So I think that's fair. Like that game was so shit that nobody would even touch it. So like yeah, of course I can call myself goated.
I mean, to be the best at anything it's not an easy ask.
Cody, do you think you could have been one of the best at one of the games? No. I learned my place of what it takes to have championship mentality, and I do not have it.
Really?
Yeah, dude. It's like my motivation levels fluctuate so much that it's like when you witness, if you ever meet somebody who's like an actual GOAT, you can tell by the way that they talk about things is so much different than how like I personally think like certain things. So it's just like they want to practice, they want to get better, they want to do VOD reviews, they like, and if they don't do it they feel bad about it. That's the thing. It's like you can go through your day of just being like, man, I didn't play Diabotical today. It's just like I don't feel terrible. You know, it's like I personally don't give a shit, but there's some people who's just like, this is the worst thing that's ever happened. It's like now I'm going to like fall off on skill. They just have the winner's mentality, and they know what they need to focus on specifically, and they will spend hours upon hours like fine tuning the smallest things. It's like if you ever listen to how Rafa plays games and listen to their communication, they're one of the few teams that I've seen use Quake communication and actually like change something different. Because most Quake communication is like calling out timings and calling out where people are. But like one thing that I noticed that Team Liquid does that I don't see other people do, like from my personal experience, is they call out cancel on plans. So like if they say that they're going to do something and you hear the word cancel, it's like that whole entire team knows that it's just like, okay, cancel was called. What am I doing? What do I need to not do now?
It's interesting because I first heard that from Team Liquid. I'm like, that's an interesting way to go about it. It sounds kind of weird, but like it's just concise and it makes sense. And then I started hearing other teams pick up that same kind of like verbiage and decision making. Abort.
And yes, I have gotten into chess a little bit. I watched a shitload of videos, and I really like watching chess tournaments as well. My favorite format is, I think, Rapid. I think it's 15-minute. Yeah. I really like watching 15-minute, and then 5-minute is number 2. Classical, I think, is the most boring fucking shit on the planet. I think honestly, if we're speaking truthfully, I think classical chess is only put in there to make sure, like, just to watch people draw. Like that's literally like what all I think classical chess is for, is that nobody wins anymore because people are too good, and that it's just a draw fest until it gets to rapid blitz where everything gets determined. And that's exactly what happened, I think, at the last World Championship with Magnus and Caruana. Caruana was a better classical player, but like if you put two goats together, they're just gonna draw the whole entire time. And then Magnus is better at 5-minute and rapid. than Caruana is. So he got to win the world championship because he's just better. He's a faster thinker.
All right, boys. I really need to go. But it's
All right,
fun. There may
I'll
be
stop.
another time I bring you on here because I feel like you've got so much to say, and it's very enjoyable to listen to. But I gotta eat something. I don't really have anyone to raid. You trying to stream?
Yeah, I can stream. I
Wait,
guess.
really?
Does anybody? I don't know what game I can play that everybody can be included.
I don't know. I mean, it's not necessarily.
Somebody's saying chess. I don't want to embarrass myself because I know as soon as I make plays, and I'm
Yeah.
just gonna hate myself.
That's why
if I
don't
miss
want to do it
something,
either.
and it's gonna make me so upset.
Fast one
Tell
to
him
play
to play
Duel.
Bomb Party. I'm never gonna play Bomb Party. I'm too stupid vocabulary. I shamble at fucking Scrabble, so I'm not gonna. I'm gonna play fucking Bomb Party.
Diabolical. You can play Melee. You know, I think Sephi's playing. You could hit him up.
I could play Melee. I'd make an open play me in Melee challenge.
I think Diabolical would probably go well. You could probably beat literally everyone in Aim Arena.
Open 1v1 arenas. I could do that.
It's up to you. All right.
Yeah, you get to play me on stream, so it's like easier to beat me because I'm lagging.
Yeah. Hold on. Do you actually recommend a hard pad for if I'm a clincher?
If you feel like you have a problem with clinching, then hard pad is like one of the things I would try to see if you like it. Now, it's hard to say, should you spend $100 to see if you like it? I'm going to say yes, because I'm the worst.
Is there any way to test it out? Like, can I put it on my table? That's hard enough. No, it doesn't have it has too much friction.
I didn't even try putting it on my table. I just fucking let it rip and bought a Sky pad for $90 goddamn dollars, and I was just like, wow, turned out to be a good purchase for me.
Are you online, by the way?
I'm
Twitch?
not. Hold on.
Shit. Okay, hold on.
I just hit start streaming.
Okay, good.
So hopefully it does something. There's nothing on my screen though, which is funny.
That's fine.
Hopefully Diabolical comes up. Was the last thing I was playing was Crunker? Oh no.
I remember
Don't
that.
Don't play Crunker. It's cringe.
What do you mean? All the kids want me to play it. That and
No, it's
Phantom Forces
cringe.
and Minecraft PvP.
It's cringe.
I agree.
Minecraft PvP would be sick if it had netcode.
Really?
Maybe, I don't know. I think Minecraft is actually a really cool game. I remember playing it when it was like a Java game.
What, you mean the game itself or the PvP aspect?
The game. Okay, so like,
You know what?
How does
Save
my-
it
how
for your
does
stream. I need to go. But
right.
thanks for watching, boys. It was a good time. We went about an hour and a half over what I expected to. Actually, I expected to end by 5 p.m. and we were now here at 7:40. So
yeah, I'm a talker.
that's
It's
fine.
a-
That's good. That's good. Better to be a talker than an anti-talker.
Yeah, I guess that's like the big difference with me. I can go on for hours. This is like what Joe Rogan is for me, and I always pretend to be the third friend that's sitting in the background. It's like, no, Joe, but what about this? And then they never answer me, like in real life.
All right. See you later, nerds.
Oh man.